6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people, for whom for 6 years and 1 day, there was hell on Earth. There was no peace after the war. After the bloodshed of 1914 to 1918, after the peacemakers had all gone home, fighting did not stop. Civil war in Russia, then in China, then in Spain. Invasion in Ethiopia, in Austria, in Czechoslovakia, the Chaco War, street battles in Germany, in America, the pain of going hungry, of having no work, the rise and rise of dictators. Then, one more invasion. But this time, the whole thing fell apart. September 1st, 1939. The first argument about the war, which goes by different names in different places, is when did it start?
Second World War began in Asia, at a bridge called Lugotiao, known in the West as the Marco Polo Bridge.
Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Chinese nationalist government, said that he would seek a peaceful settlement. But he added,
"Perhaps now is the time to make public the declaration to demonstrate our determination to fight."
He ordered a general state of alert. He ordered his troops to prepare for resistance.
He did represent the nation more than anybody else, I think. Of course, quite largely thanks to his wife, Mei Ling. She portrayed her husband as very much, the guardian of China, the man who is standing up to the Japanese oppressor.
The Japanese used the Marco Polo Bridge incident as an excuse for launching a full-scale invasion. And the Second World War had begun.
The war between Japan and China, anticipated for some time, passed from the period of small local actions to more concentrated warfare.
Beijing fell apart after 2 days, and Tianjin 2 days after that. When the help he expected from Britain or America failed to materialize, Chiang Kai-shek, as commander-in-chief, said,
"Since all hope for peace has been lost, all we can do now is resist to the bitter end."
Chinese officer recorded in his diary.
Intense Japanese artillery fire, as if it would level the mountains and wipe out the sea.
Nanjing fell to the invader on December the 13th. And the cruel violence that would claim more civilian than combatant victims in the Second World War began to count its dead.
Battle, massacre, pestilence, and starvation have claimed more than 5 million Chinese lives. And millions more, their homes and villages destroyed, are today hungry, frightened refugees.
The exact death toll of the Nanjing violence can never be known. Not less than 50,000, perhaps 6 times that number. The dead were thrown into pits. The living were buried alive. The tortured and murdered were hurled into the river. Japan's head of military security in Shanghai expressed the racist attitude that made violence possible. He said,
"We can do anything to such creatures."
A Japanese soldier wrote in his diary,
I trod on the corpses of Chinese soldiers without care, for my heart had become wild.
Mutilated bodies were burned. Women were raped and disfigured.
A long time ago, we thought that events like the rape of Nanjing were out-of-control madness. But now, as with most other mass atrocities against civilians, it's becoming increasingly clear that they were much more controlled than that characterization would suggest.
This nightmare of cruelty was all the more horrible because it was deliberately planned by the Japanese High Command to tear the heart out of the Chinese people once and forever.
A Japanese officer wrote,
In times of peace, these acts would be totally unthinkable and inhuman. But in the strange environment of the battlefield, they are easy.
He would be proven right on every battlefield, on every continent. Europe turned away from China's tragedy, distracted by the Anschluss. Adolf Hitler, appointed German Chancellor in 1933 and named Führer in 1934, had marched into the demilitarized Rhineland without a shot being fired. In the Anschluss, he sent his troops into and annexed Austria. He then began to demand the ethnic German part of Czechoslovakia, known as the Sudetenland. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain led an attempt at conciliation, known as appeasement.
Neville Chamberlain has had a very bad press. He's been blamed for the failure of appeasement. My own sense is that what he was doing was an honorable and justifiable thing.
He's been completely influenced in his thinking by the letters he's received. Who are these letters from? And these are postbags and postbags full of letters. And these letters are mainly from women, mothers and wives.
Out of this little danger, we pluck this flower safety.
He was not the naive, wide-eyed idiot that some people portray him as. He didn't trust Hitler. He was trying to get the best deal.
Appeasement reached its climax with the deal made at Munich.
Finally, the most popular arrival of all. To a world balancing on the brink of chaos, Mr. Chamberlain stands as the savior of peace.
Munich is about buying time to a large extent. It's about not being ready to fight. And it's about exploring options, although they're ever-decreasing options.
We regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire never to go to war with one another again.
The Sudetenland was surrendered to Germany in exchange for the promise of no more territorial ambition.
But of course, Hitler rips up the treaty within months.
The future became the present on March 14, 1939. Adolf Hitler threatened Prague with complete destruction by the Luftwaffe unless the nation surrendered itself unconditionally to Germany's protection.
He sends in the tanks into taking over the rest of Czechoslovakia in early 1939.
The hoped-for continued world peace had placed the free world into the untenable position of compromising with a power-mad dictator.
That's where you know that this man's shopping list just continues and you're on it.
The sacrifice of Czechoslovakia was to prove, given an inch, Hitler would now reach for a mile.
Next on the shopping list was Poland. Franz Halder, Chief of Staff of the Army High Command, explained the plan.
The intention of the Führer and Goering? To destroy and exterminate the Polish people.
Propaganda ruthlessly shaped German opinion.
It is a narrative that there are acts of aggression by the Polish army against Germany's territorial integrity. Germany is provoked by Poland. Poland is rearming. Poland has got the guarantee of the British and the French. And Poland is mistreating the German minority.
At 4:45 a.m. on the 1st of September 1939, the German cruiser Schleswig-Holstein opened fire on the Polish fort of Westerplatte. At that moment, without warning or declaration, German soldiers with air and naval support invaded Poland from 3 sides.
Communications blown up as the defenders impede the invasion every way they can.
Moishe Fishman, a young man who would survive Auschwitz, remembered,
Suddenly German bombers appeared. There was no war declared. They asked for volunteers. We had to be the fire brigade. We were not equipped to deal with the incendiary bombs. All we had were buckets of water.
Place after place is captured as the mechanized columns speed on. From the north, they're driving toward Warsaw.
1.5 million German soldiers in 67 divisions invaded. Aircraft were opposed by a Polish air force of 400 machines.
This was the day Germany had been building for and waiting for. And with larceny in their hearts, they gloried in the destruction they were letting loose upon the world.
Hans Lehmann was one of the soldiers.
When we marched into Poland, there were corpses all around. They lay around and no one bothered about them.
I have to tell you now, this country is at war with Germany.
The reaction of the Allies to the invasion of Poland was to declare war on Germany, but the actual practical effect of what they would do next was problematic because, of course, there was no easy way they could get troops and material in to assist Poland.
Hermann Goering, Supreme Commander of the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, was disturbed by Britain's declaration of war.
If we lose this war, God help us.
By September 6th, Warsaw's air defense was limited to 96 anti-aircraft guns.
Warsaw is the first big city that is being bombarded from the air, so they are suffering, and the city is getting, well, to 20% or so. It's getting destroyed, and you have dead lying on the street.
Stefan Staszyński, the Lord Mayor of Warsaw, reported,
"In the early hours of the morning, 7 of our hospitals were bombed.
Wounded civilian victims of earlier air raids in the city had occupied these beds when this raid came. It was like a grim avenger, relentlessly determined that they should not escape, that they should find no peace."
Jadwiga Sosnowska was a nurse.
A girl of 16, both legs a mass of bleeding pulp. I bent over to kiss her brow. She died quietly.
On the 13th, dive bombers caused widespread fires. Finally, on the 25th, Warsaw endured the largest air raid the world had seen to that point.
There was a very strong belief that targeting large urban areas was the way that you would win a war on this scale. And to some degree, really, the war itself was only about that policy gradually coming to fruition.
Adam Goldberg was an eyewitness.
The German Stukas flew overhead and machine-gunned. People and retreating soldiers also. There were many dead.
Many of the middle-aged were sullen and angry. Youngsters were half resentful, half resigned, while their elders turned to prayer. These are the faces of a nation besieged.
When the fighting war began, so did the war against civilians. The German policy was called Schrecklichkeit, frightfulness. Hitler said,
"My death's head formations, to kill without pity or mercy all men, women and children of Polish descent or language."
On the day that Britain and France declared war, 55 peasants were rounded up and shot at the village of Truskolaci.
There had been murders, people were killed, people were displaced, but never on the scale of the Third Reich. And so who would have thought? Who would have thought that this was going to happen?
As German forces advanced into Poland, 120,000 Japanese in 6 divisions advanced on the Chinese city of Changsha.
There are people who say Japan's mission is to expand in Asia, not least because of this assumption that a weak China and a weak Korea, in the face of the onslaught of Western imperialism, make Japan itself vulnerable.
Kurisayashi was barely into his teens when he volunteered to fight.
We listened to stories about others who had died for our country. Basically, education was all about teaching us to die for our country.
Changsha, defended by outgunned forces, turned back the assault under the leadership of a Cantonese general, Shui Yoi, who wrote,
"We have destroyed China, removed every stone, burned down every farm, torn up every railway track. And we have done this so successfully that the Japanese have repented of their invasion."
But because of the imperialist threat, and also because of the Japanese invasion, which was also imperialist threat, right, to make Chinese to realize, oh, now we need to fight together against the enemy from the outside.
That which is stronger than stone walls had at last been born in China. The will to resist. The people who wouldn't surrender. The people determined to fight for their freedom, their good earth. The people who can't be beaten.
Japanese policy was committed to expansion for territory and resources. One faction favored going north, another striking south. The balance was tilted by a battle between Japanese and Soviet troops on the Mongolian border.
In remote Mongolia, Japan and Soviet Russia are fighting, with planes shot down and sky fighters swooping back like this to land at their base.
The Japanese defeated in Mongolia consolidates this idea that to save ourselves, we need to go south rather than going north.
The Soviet-Japanese peace agreement, following the Battle of Khalkhin-Gol, guaranteed Stalin's Asian frontiers against Japanese aggression. Thus reassured, and as secretly agreed with Hitler, Stalin sent the Red Army into Poland.
The annihilation of Poland would mean one fewer bourgeois fascist state to contend with.
It was really a very big surprise for the Polish army, because they have no idea for what Soviet army came on this territory. Will they help to the Polish army to fight against Nazis, or will they just take this territory of Western Belarus?
Subjected to almost continuous bombardment by the Luftwaffe, the Polish capital, with its 1 million inhabitants, fought on against overwhelming strength for 3 weeks. Completely cut off, with supplies of food and water almost finished, with totally inadequate defensive equipment, a helpless target for Hitler's bombs and shells, Warsaw fought on till the 27th of September.
Warsaw surrendered. A German soldier observed.
Polish heavy guns are being carted off by our soldiers. Lorries are already moving to the woods to take the prisoners away.
On September 28th, Radio Warsaw played Chopin's Funeral March, and on the 29th, the Nazis and the Soviets divided the country. 65,000 Polish troops were killed in the fighting. 420,000 others became prisoners of the Germans. 240,000 prisoners of the Soviets. Zygmunt Klukowski was one of those affected.
The Germans posted several new regulations. All men of Jewish religion between the ages of 15 and 60 must report at City Hall with brooms, shovels, and buckets. They will be cleaning city streets.
As a result of the invasion, the number of Jews living under Nazi rule jumped from 300,000 to 3 million. Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer of the SS and one of the most powerful men in the Nazi regime, was clear about what was intended.
The time has come to drive this rabble into ghettos, and then epidemics will erupt, and they'll all croak.
A new subject introduced to the curriculum was racial science. So obviously this was very much connected to Nazi racial ideology. It meant that history was conceived of in racial terms.
The first genocidal massacres took place. 6,500 on the parade ground at Grupa. More than 10,000 in the gravel pits at Mniszuk. The tone had been set.
All of the other things that follow can only really be understood once you appreciate the identity that was being crafted and people were embracing and internalising of what it meant to be German.
The writer George Orwell spoke for many.
Millions of others like me have got a feeling that the world's gone wrong.
Britain dropped 12 million leaflets in retaliation for the invasion of Poland. They called it the Confetti War. Hitler's Minister for Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, noted in his diary,
"The Führer is of the opinion that England must be given a KO blow. Quite right, too."
On October 9th, Hitler issued Führer Directive No. 6, calling for an offensive in the West, calling for an attack across the First World War battlefields of Belgium and northern France. The generals convinced their Führer to delay the offensive until the spring. That delay was called initially by an American senator the phony war. But for countless people, the war and the violence were far from phony.
No capital city has suffered more terribly than Warsaw. Since the day of surrender, a blackout of total misery has enveloped the city, apart from flashes of news of appalling atrocities to illuminate its plight.
Killing squads accounted for 45% of Poland's doctors, 57% of her lawyers, 40% of professors, virtually all journalists, and more than 2,600 priests.
Most of Nazi racial theory really was pseudoscience. There is effectively no real biological basis for much of what they say.
Joseph Goebbels noted in his diary,
"The Führer's verdict on the Poles is devastating."
Hitler said,
"The standard of living in the country is to remain low. It is of use to us only as a reservoir of labor."
Actually, the Soviet occupation is even more violent than the German occupation. More Poles die in those first 1.5 years through the Soviets than die through German hands.
The Soviet Union shipped 291,513 Polish citizens to the Gulag, and in April 1940, took 21,892 Poles to the Katyn Forest and other sites, where they were shot by Soviet killers.
My father was caught by Russians, and he said, "We are going to be taken to the United States." But that was a lie. They were all taken to Katyn and shot.
On October 4th, Hitler took the salute of his triumphant forces in the Polish capital. In Britain, they waited. In France, they put their faith in the Maginot Line, complex and formidable fortifications that guarded the Franco-German border.
The French armies, march a few miles into German territory along the Rhine, but then they come back again.
In November, Joseph Stalin, confident after success in Poland, sent the Red Army into Finland, a land grab that hoped to restore territory once ruled by the Tsars.
Red planes over the Finnish capital. The terrors of total war loosed upon the unoffending population of Helsinki.
The weather was Arctic. There was a meter of snow across the ground. The Russians, you'd think, would be used to those conditions, in fact weren't. They were colossally underprepared, and the Finns exploited this.
The Winter War was a major embarrassment, and Marshal Voroshilov told Stalin why the Red Army was having difficulty securing victory.
"You have yourself to blame for all this. You had our best generals killed."
the Red Army stumbled led the Nazis to make a dangerous assessment. Goebbels said,
"The Russians are making absolutely no progress in Finland. The Red Army really does seem to be of little military worth."
You can imagine how small Finland and how big Third Reich. That's why Hitler understood that he's ready and we can go against Soviets and destroy them.
Lebensraum for Hitler meant seizing land in the east, but first he would ensure against a war on two fronts. His plans for 1940 were clear enough. He told Goebbels,
"I want to beat England, whatever it costs."
So there's really two objectives from the German, the Nazi point of view. Clearly they want to knock France out of the war, but for Hitler and for the Germans, the real war is always going to be in the east.
Rationing had begun in Japan and Germany before the war. At the start of 1940, it was introduced into Britain.
It's not well thought through and carefully planned. It's just the rations are designed according to what they've got to give people.
Eyewitnesses, who were children at the time, remember,
"We had 3 colour ration books, a buff colour for adults, a blue one for teenagers, and a green one for infants."
And each page had little squares with letters on them.
You took your ration card to the shop, and he had a pencil, and they'd cross off the square, which meant you'd had it that week.
The subject of this great wartime experiment in food are not white mice or guinea pigs, but human beings fighting for their lives.
the troubles faced by countless others, the targets of German racial policy, were of a different dimension. Joseph Goebbels wrote in his diary,
Himmler is presently shifting populations, not always successfully.
Himmler was shifting populations onto trains and into camps and ghettos. By early 1940, a mobile gas chamber was in use in Poland. But the fighting war seemed to have stalled. The view of British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain was,
whatever reason Hitler has had for making no endeavor to overwhelm us, one thing is certain. He has missed the bus.
That was April 4th. Operation Weserübung, the assault on Denmark and Norway, launched at dawn on April 9th.
Ships, transports, tanks, men, planes, all flung themselves simultaneously upon a defenseless country.
By the end of the first day, the Germans had achieved every objective.
By the afternoon of April 9th, the Germans were in complete control of all 7 ports where they had landed in the morning.
Allied action to confront the Germans in Norway was a disastrous catalogue of fumbling, bungling, and bickering. The expeditionary force sent to Trondheim outnumbered the Germans 6-1 and was routed. The Royal Navy had to evacuate 11,300 troops. 4,396 were lost. The invasion of Norway cost Germany almost half of its destroyer force, meaning a cross-channel invasion would be impossible without air superiority. The British benefited by taking possession of the Norwegian merchant marine. Il Duce, Benito Mussolini, the first dictator, having taken control of Italy in 1922, saw the scale of Germany's success and, tragically for his people, felt left out.
His decision to enter the Second World War
was very ruinous for Italy.
It is humiliating to remain with our hands folded while others write history. To make a people great, it is necessary to send them to battle, even if you have to kick them in the pants.
But the greatest impact of the disaster in Norway was felt in the British House of Commons. Neville Chamberlain, having lost the support of his party, stood down. The candidates his party favoured to replace him were not supported by the opposition, and a compromise candidate was appointed to head a national government. It was Winston Churchill.
Churchill's been portrayed as a sort of mind-bibbing Liberal Democrat. In fact, he was a whiskey-sloshing Tory thug, and that's just what we needed where Hitler was concerned.
Behind Mr. Churchill, the country rallies solidly and resolutely to the task of defeating the most sinister madman that ever aspired to world conquest.
Winston Churchill was 65 years old, and this was his time. And the timing was uncanny.
The year is 1940. The German soldier stands before all mankind, confident of his own power to destroy and conquer. Where next will Hitler's legions strike? The answer comes quickly enough. 150 Nazi divisions receive the call to hurl their might on Western Europe.
May 10th, the day of Churchill's appointment, was the day Hitler unleashed his invasion of Belgium and France. History calls the Blitzkrieg.
Germany's air arm blazes the trail for the opening attacks on Holland, Belgium, and tiny, undefended Luxembourg, ready to rain untold horror upon all that spread out below their wings.
Blitzkrieg, of course, is a fantasy to a certain degree. It was a word which even Hitler despised.
Blitzkrieg is a really interesting tactic because it doesn't just work tactically. It doesn't just work on the ground. It works psychologically.
The Nazi machine broke the back of Dutch resistance in 4 days. Towns and villages were in flames as the invaders rolled on at a breathless pace, encircling the defenders and slashing their armies, destroying in the name of the new order the homes and shops of those who had dared to resist.
Joseph Goebbels recorded the campaign's ultimate objective.
The Fuhrer has set his mind on a great war against England. England must be chased out of Europe, and France destroyed as a great power. Then Germany will have hegemony, and Europe will have peace.
As the offensive stormed forward, Mussolini declared war on France and Britain. His army was smaller and less well equipped than it had been in the First World War. Count Ciano, his foreign minister, who was also his son-in-law, wrote in his diary,
I am sad, very sad. May God help Italy.
2 days after Churchill took office on May 12th, the leading German units crossed into France, securing the north bank of the Meuse. Staff Sergeant Rubath was with the leading unit.
With my section, I reached the bank of the Meuse in a rush. Enemy machine guns fire from the right flank. During the crossing, constant firing from our machine guns batters the enemy, and thus not one casualty occurs.
And of course, at that point, the Maginot Line fails to operate because the Germans decide to attack through the Low Countries, and they also extend through the Ardennes, where the Maginot Line did not extend to.
The same day, the Dutch army was ordered to fall back for a last stand on the line Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Utrecht. Joe de Haan was a young Dutch Jew who would spend the entire war in hiding.
In the Netherlands, occupation forces behaved themselves impeccably. But of course, the lull didn't last all that long.
On the day that the Netherlands surrendered, French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud remarked,
"We have been defeated. We are beaten. We have lost the battle. The front is broken. They are pouring through in great numbers."
On the 17th, the fighting at Sedan ended.
One of the places they went through was a place called Sedan, which the French should have known about because that's where they were defeated in 1817. Nevertheless, the German armies sweep through the Ardennes.
It would have been entirely possible once the Germans break through the Meuse River around Sedan and through the Ardennes forest. The bridgehead that they make is relatively small and relatively weakly defended. If the French had counterattacked relatively quickly, they probably would have destroyed it. But they don't.
A British Army officer kept a diary.
It appears that as the Sedan sector was considered so strong, the most inferior of the French divisions were posted there. When the dive bombers came down, they stood the noise for 2 hours and then bolted out like a lot of frightened old ladies.
A French staff officer admitted,
The infantry cowered in their trenches. Their only concern was to keep their heads well down.
in 7 days, the Germans had advanced 320 kilometers, crossed the Meuse, and broken into the undefended Allied rear.
There was also no proper plan to deal with the armoured breakthrough that happened in the Ardennes.
Jock Watt was with the British Army, with the Royal Tank Regiment.
The road from Boulogne was just full of moving bodies. That's all I could call them because they didn't look like people. There were men, women and children with bags, dragging little trucks. The children weren't talking or playing. All with vacant expressions, just looking straight ahead, going nowhere.
"8 million French abandoned their homes in a month.
A flaming wave of wholesale death and destruction sweeps southward through France ahead of the raging battlefront, striking down all in its path.
Eyewitnesses saw scenes of horror and despair.
The whole country seems suddenly to have given itself up. Everything has collapsed, imploded.
The 7th Panzer Division under General Erwin Rommel reached Cambrai on May 21st. On May 24th, German Army Group Van Kleist, comprising 3 panzer divisions, stopped less than 25 kilometers from Dunkirk. In one of the war's regular and endlessly debated turning points, the German offensive was ordered to halt.
One of the fatal decisions made by Hitler and his commanders during the Second World War was to stop the Panzer's advance on Dunkirk.
The Germans have been fighting for 3 weeks. Their forces are exhausted. So the German generals, and not as many people think, Hitler, ordered them to stop on the perimeter of the Dunkirk beaches.
The tank forces in particular were absolutely exhausted from an incredibly rapid advance across France, and they just couldn't go any farther.
Von Rundstedt, commanding Army Group A, gave the order. Hitler supported the order, and Hermann Goering rejoiced. The kill would be left to his Luftwaffe, which, he confidently said, could finish off the armies trapped at Dunkirk. It could not.
The smoke from the fires of Dunkirk almost obscured the sun. But in this inferno, while the BEF and their French comrades held off the Nazis in an epic rearguard action, it was here that the yachts, motorboats and Saucy Janes performed magnificent feats of rescue.
On May 26th, the evacuation of Allied troops from Dunkirk began.
The evacuation of Dunkirk means several things. I mean, in sheer practical terms, it means that the British have literally hundreds of thousands of men to continue the fight.
There were 222 Royal Navy and approximately 860 civilian vessels at Dunkirk. The small craft ferrying the troops to the Navy vessels waiting offshore.
The soldiers were coming off the beach, clinging to bits of wood and wreckage and anything that would float.
A number of Royal Navy ships were lost, 6 destroyers were sunk, but the British very much felt that that was a price worth paying.
Instead of the 45,000 hoped for, the fleet took off 338,000 Allied troops.
The story of that epic withdrawal will live in history, both as a glorious example of discipline and as a monument to sea power.
But the army had been effectively disarmed, leaving 64,000 vehicles, 76,000 tons of ammunition, and 2,500 guns behind. On June 11th, Paris was declared an open city, and on the 14th, General Boguslav von Studenitz led the 87th Infantry Division through the heart of the city. On the 15th, 400,000 Frenchmen of the surrounded 3rd, 5th, and 8th armies surrendered. The French surrender was signed on June 22nd. On June 24th, Hitler took a 3-hour sightseeing tour of Paris. Asked about a victory parade, he said,
"I am not in the mood for a victory parade. We aren't at the end yet."
The fall of France subtracted a major industrial economy from the Allied cause and put French ports in German hands, halving the distance U-boats had to travel to reach the Atlantic shipping lanes.
France has fallen, no allies. Britain is standing alone.
The mood in England was grim. Arthur Crutchley and Peter Matthews were young men destined to serve in the armed forces.
After Dunkirk, they called for volunteers because they thought naturally we'd be invaded.
You started off with an armband. Then, as they got weapons and stuff, finally, you got your rifle.
Invasion paranoia spawned a litany of mind-bending nonsense. General Ironside, Commander-in-Chief, Home Forces, angrily reported,
"Suspicious men moving all night all over the country. There is signaling going on all over the place."
Charles de Gaulle broadcast his appeal from London.
This war has not been settled by the Battle of France. This is a world war.
On the day of de Gaulle's broadcast, Winston Churchill told the Commons,
"The Battle of France is over. I expect that the Battle of Britain is about to begin."
6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. Japan, at war in China, was building its empire. The Soviet Union had treaties with Japan on its eastern and Germany on its western borders. Germany was building its empire in Europe. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Luxembourg, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium were all occupied. And France was conquered and divided. By the summer of 1940, Hitler had just one place left to deal with.
If the British Empire and its commonwealths last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
Churchill said that the Battle of Britain was about to begin. He was right.
With the fall of Europe and Germany sitting on the doorstep, so to speak, Britain was the only thing that stood in the way of total German conquest of Europe.
But it would not be fought on the beaches, landing grounds, fields, streets, and hills. It would be fought in the sky.
Germany, in order to invade, had two goals: to knock out the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. And they had to attack the Air Force first, because if they went for the Navy, obviously the Air Force would defend the Navy. So that was the goal. German air superiority, knock out the RAF.
Hermann Goering commanded the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. He said,
"The Führer has ordered me to crush Britain with my Luftwaffe. I plan to have this enemy down on his knees so that an occupation can proceed without any risk."
The first phase of the Battle of Britain, the fight for air supremacy over southern England, commenced on July the 10th. Young men and their aircraft, both untested in battle, were sent up to meet waves of German bombers targeting the Channel, hoping to draw the Royal Air Force into fatal combat.
Phase 1 of the Nazi plan called for the RAF to be knocked out of the air. But the men of the RAF hadn't read the Nazi plan.
Even though you think of it as British, it really was an international force, because you had Australia, for instance, we had 30 or so pilots. You had Poles, Czechs who had come from fallen Europe. You even had 5 Americans flying in there, a couple of Jamaicans. It was an international force designed, dedicated to defending Britain. Germany had consistent waves of attacking aircraft. Bombers escorted by a large number of fighter aircraft.
Hundreds of planes, bombers, fighters, dive bombers.
It really was designed to bring the RAF down as quickly as they could. They attacked the convoys in the Channel. That was the first stage of the Battle of Britain.
Goering opposed the RAF with 3 Luftflotte, numbers 2 and 3 flying out of France and Belgium, and Luftflotte 5 flying from Denmark and Norway across the North Sea. A Luftwaffe pilot thought it a marvelous sight. Wherever one looks, he said, are our aircraft. The first stage, aimed at gaining air superiority over the Channel, was dubbed Kanalkampf, Channel Fight. As well as bombs, the Luftwaffe was dropping leaflets over England. They were headed, "A last appeal to reason."
Hitler would have liked a negotiated peace, but Britain obviously wasn't going to have anything to do with that.
By the end of July, Reichsmarschall Goering was forced to revise his strategy. Failing to draw the RAF out, he would attack them directly. A coded message from Goering, intercepted by British intelligence, read,
"To all units of Luftflottes 2, 3, and 5. Within a short period, you will wipe the British Air Force from the sky. Heil Hitler!"
This new strategy was Adlerangriff, Attack of the Eagle. It would start on Adlertag, Eagle Day, August 13th, 1940. An RAF order of the day told pilots,
"The Battle of Britain is about to begin. Members of the Royal Air Force, the fate of generations lies in your hands."
August 8th, 1940, and the battle for Britain is on. Across that 21 miles of channel, that 8 short minutes of water.
Hundreds of aircraft in 4 successive assaults attempted to break the southeastern defenses. Churchill's chief military assistant, General Hastings Hug Ismay, reported,
The map table showed new waves of attackers crossing the coast. Heavy fighting throughout the afternoon, and at one moment, every single squadron in the group was engaged. There was nothing in reserve.
Britain realised too, the best way to knock out a Messerschmitt, for instance, was a close quarter front-on attack. So we always hear about, you know, looking at them, staring in the whites of their eyes, so to speak. But this is what was happening. They flew as close as they could, and they fired head-on. Really dangerous, really risky, but very effective.
On August 16th, Winston Churchill visited 11 Group headquarters in Uxbridge. He was visibly moved by what he saw, and on the 20th, rose in the House of Commons to declare that
"Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few."
Britain's lead in radar, the opportunity to recycle downed pilots, the successful ramping up of aircraft production, the quality of the Spitfire and Hurricane aircraft, and a flexible command structure made Fighter Command a resilient and tough opponent. And at the business end was skill and courage. On August 18th, Winston Churchill had sent 150 precious tanks to Egypt, suggesting he believed the threat to the Suez Canal more real than the threat of an invasion to Britain. On the 24th, having sailed around the Cape, the tanks arrived at Port Said.
Oh, we had the small tank with 2 machine guns on, a .5 and a 303. They were quite nice for nipping about on, but as far as fighting is concerned, there were no match for the Germans, of course.
On September 13th, the Italians entered Egypt from Libya. Mussolini's move into Egypt was not his only flourish. When, in 1939, Hitler had grabbed all he wanted of Czechoslovakia, Mussolini complained,
"The Italians will laugh at me. Every time Hitler takes a country, he sends me a message."
He reversed the roles, to Hitler's annoyance, on October 28th, telling Hitler,
"Führer, we are on the march. Victorious Italian troops crossed the Greco-Albanian frontier at dawn today."
Italy invaded when Greece responded to Mussolini's ultimatum with a single word, "Ochi," no.
Italian divisions were absolutely tiny. He talked of divisions because it sounded so grand, but most of them were no more than a couple of regiments.
A week later, the Greek army counterattacked, and a commanders' meeting discussed Germany's Mediterranean strategy. Hitler's adjutant, Gerhard Engel, admitted of the Führer.
At the moment, he does not know what he wants to do.
But because he had been, if you like, Hitler's mentor in the early days, Hitler had a sort of strange commitment to him, in a way, a genuine friendship.
Two weeks later, the Greek army defeated the Italian Ninth Army, exposing Hitler's southern flank and forcing his hand.
Mussolini's Greek campaign is a perfect example of all that could go wrong when you have a dictator who doesn't listen to his military professionals.
By the time it went wrong, the Battle of Britain was history.
The gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, goes out to the British airmen who, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge and mortal danger, are turning the tide of the world war by their prowess and by their devotion.
Between August 24th and September 3rd, the attacks launched by the Luftwaffe on airfields and aircraft factories had cost Germany 380 planes. The RAF lost 286. And then the battle changed. On September 7th, radar reported the approach of hundreds of aircraft.
375 German planes came roaring up the Thames River. The Battle of Britain became the Battle of London.
The RAF sent up 11 squadrons to intercept further attacks on airfields and installations.
Facing odds of 6, 8, 10 to 1, dove in, shouting the old hunting cry, "Tally-ho!"
But on September 7th, airfields were not the target.
The air raid alarm went at about 11 o'clock, and we got up and walked out into the street, and one of the things we saw was above the city, the aircraft flares dropping over the city. And that's when my dad realized that we were going to be the target, which we were.
Nazi high explosive wantonly poured down upon England, upon shops and mills, upon homes and farms.
Londoners everywhere witness scenes like these throughout the night. As in London, the people there bear the brunt of Nazi ferocity.
The first raids hit the London docks, and to those who were there, it left memories as vivid as the night sky.
If I say the sky was black, I'm not exaggerating. It was black, with the big bombers going over and darting in between with the Spitfires.
Every night for 8 weeks, 200 German bombers and more to sweep over London and deliver their deadly cargo.
The night sky above London burst into flames.
Period between September and November 1940 has been referred to as the Great Fire of London. On one night, 1,500 fires were started by German bombs.
Raids hit London, Southampton, Bristol, Cardiff, Liverpool, Manchester, and more.
German bombers came in over the city in waves of deadly efficiency.
Anti-aircraft batteries brought down one aircraft for every 30,000 shells fired. But the writer George Orwell said that, at an average cost of £5 per shell, they were well worth it for the effect on morale.
The Nazi psychology was simple and uncomplicated. Break the back of London and its overcrowded millions, and England would beg Hitler to come in and take over, if only to stop the nerve-shattering raids. Around the clock, the German planes spread a sheet of flaming death over London.
The Führer believed the bombing would drive Britain to submission, without the need for an invasion. He was wrong, and such predictions about the collapse of morale were wrong wherever bombs were dropped.
They were to perform the impossible. They were to survive.
So many civilians were killed, so much destruction. But it really, really consolidated the people.
Civilians had to be involved. They needed to feel that they were participating.
They were part of the fight. They were willing to put up with everything that was happening.
Air raids and mass bombings were intended to degrade and demoralise civilian populations, and that did not happen. The British population, broadly speaking, did remain defiant and stoical and even humorous in those circumstances.
And they knew, too, that Britain was not going to lose.
Theirs was the unquenchable spirit that triumphed over evil and sent Hitler down to defeat.
In October, the Luftwaffe lost 379 planes to the RAF's 185.
Another. And another. 169 in one day. The equivalent of 12 or 14 squadrons. How long can the Nazi Air Force stand such losses?
A German pilot described the flight back to base as being a track across waters, dotted with parachutes, pilots in their life jackets, and greasy oil slicks. By the middle of September, it was evident that victory in the air was not going to be achieved.
Had they stuck to a tactical doctrine of knocking out the Air Force and then clearing the way for an invasion, they may have had a chance. The decision to bomb London and to go further was a clear mistake. It's not precision bombing, and in terms of terrorising the population, which was one of the aims, that didn't succeed.
The Blitz would continue until May 1941, but the Battle of Britain was over.
They leveled thousands upon thousands of homes and damaged millions of others. They killed more than 40,000 men, women, and children, and seriously wounded 50,000 more. But not one single Nazi soldier set foot on British soil.
From July 10th to mid-November, total German losses were 1,818 aircraft, British 995. When Winston Churchill visited the devastated areas, he wept.
All the world that is still free marvels at the composure and fortitude with which the citizens of London are facing and surmounting the great ordeal to which they are subjected, the end of which, or the severity of which, cannot yet be foreseen.
Though Britain's immediate hopes are centered on its fighter command and the ability of the RAF to repulse Nazi air invaders, equally important in the Empire's war effort is the Royal Air Force Bomber Command.
Britain essentially stands alone with the support of the Commonwealth. All of its European allies have gone. The United Kingdom wants the support of the United States in the war. It wants to draw them in to the war. It needs to demonstrate that it is still a viable ally, that is still fighting. So it needs to take the war to the Germans.
And the phrase which fits our present sentiment is, they've got it coming to them. They, that is the Germans, have got it coming to them.
Before the end of August, Bomber Command of the RAF had begun its campaign against German cities.
Round-the-clock bombing by the RAF has recently set up new records for intensity of attack. And daylight raids have been causing ever-increasing dislocation of the German war effort in occupied territory. Great damage has been done by day and night. And we have Mr. Churchill's word for it that even this big offensive will be improved upon.
Well, the so-called area bombing, that's to say the bombing of entire cities, arose from the inability of the British Air Force to find its targets. So the best it could hope to do was to drop bombs over very large urban areas.
Mass aerial bombing allowed a new weapon, a new form of warfare to be opened, and that was economic warfare. By destroying its production facilities, its armament factories, its oil facilities, it reduced the German ability to actually fight.
Factories, warehouses, railroads, submarine bases, shipyards, docks, airfields, and oil refineries.
And the British took the view that if you annihilated not merely the factory, but also all the infrastructure around it, then you would ensure that factory could not be easily repaired.
Each speck of light a blazing German building. Easy enough to realize the catastrophe, the concentrated chaos that is overwhelming the city below.
It's a strange dichotomy that Britain had endured the Blitz, and the Blitz was seen as actually drawing the British people together and uniting them in defiance. And yet 2 years later, it was assumed that an even heavier form of bombing campaign on Germany would break their morale. The evidence for this was quite simply non-existent.
The wartime death toll in German raids on a dozen or more British towns and cities was 60,000. The death toll from the Allied bombing offensive against Germany is estimated at 600,000.
Press home your attack. If you individually succeed, you will have delivered the most devastating blow against the very vitals of the enemy. Let him have it right on the chin.
Italian losses are put at about 60,000.
The day after Italy entered the war, in June 1940, the bombs started to rain on the country.
In the Ruhr, in the Rhineland, then northern Italy, planes of the Bomber Command have pounded away at Nazi dockyards.
Turin was bombed, Milan was bombed, and the bombs were so frequent that everyone was spending time in shelters or had transferred to the countryside.
Now is not the time, in any way, to ease up, but to put on what indeed may prove the final spurt.
500,000 Soviet civilians were killed in air raids. More than 300,000 Chinese were victims of Japanese bombing, and up to 500,000 Japanese were killed by bombs.
Families have lost everything they own. Forced evacuation has torn children from parents, husbands from wives.
We can see from the kind of homes that were wrecked how indiscriminate the attack was.
The British took a rather dim view of the civilian populations of nations and thought they would be terrorised and they would hate these stresses and strains area bombing placed on them. But that just made them all the more determined to fight and win. And that was something that the British bombing campaign never took account of.
One of the most significant differences between the ideological justifications used by the Allies and those used by the Axis powers is that the Allies didn't believe that victims that they did kill through their bombing policies needed to be wiped out so that their societies could coexist.
Hitler did. Hitler was, he said himself, fighting a race war. He announced,
"We shall strike towards the east next spring."
Part of his plan was to avoid going further west, but always to the east. He wanted to occupy the vast agricultural areas in the east that he saw as occupied by inferior Slavic peoples.
The concept of race as applied to Jewry is contentious and has changed over time. For most of Jewish history, there was never such a question.
The Nazis called the racial issue that obsessed them the Jewish problem. The document proposing the final solution to that problem was presented to Goering on March 26, 1941. Goering signed the plan on July 31st and put in charge the head of the Office of Reich Main Security, Reinhard Heydrich, one of the principal architects of the Holocaust. By then, Polish Jews had long since been imprisoned in ghettos.
The ghettos were absolutely appalling places, and as the war progressed, they became worse and worse.
30,000 people, men, women, children, babies, pregnant women, old people, sick people, you name it, a whole population. You had to move into the poorest part of town, little shacks.
The Warsaw Ghetto contained about 500,000 people, and they were housed in an area of 1.3 square miles. That means that there were approximately 7 people to every available room.
There was very, very little difference between concentration camps and ghetto.
Prisoners, the inmates, were exposed to forced labor, to appalling housing and medical conditions, to starvation.
The daily dose of calories was about 400 calories per person per day. Later, it was reduced to 200 calories. So it was enormously low, as you would expect.
Because of the hygienic condition, typhus set in. So we had a double whammy.
This was very much intentional. This was intended by the German occupation. Firstly, because of their disregard for human life in Eastern Europe. And secondly, in order to feed the German population.
But it was a kind of transit vehicle to confine, to incarcerate ghettos, to concentrate them, to destroy the context between Jews and non-Jews, to isolate them, and to expose them to conditions where they later, once they were not anymore required as forced laborer, could be exterminated. In other words, inmates of ghettos lived on borrowed time.
In 1940, people were being killed by bombs and by murder squads. But no armies were fighting on European soil. But there was fighting in China and in Africa. In August, as bombs fell on London, Italian troops occupied British Somaliland. To oppose Italian occupation, an Allied force under General Platt entered Eritrea from Sudan. A second force, under General Sir Alan Cunningham, moved north from Kenya.
Mussolini's declaration of war found the British forces in Egypt ready for him. Every man in the army eager to get at the enemy after the many months of training and the long period of waiting to be properly in the war.
Cliff Everton had enlisted in his native South Africa.
We travelled hundreds of miles, and we did most of that on foot.
This will give you an idea of the tough country the British troops of Wavell's army tackled in their drive.
We had troop carriers, but the terrain in that part of Africa was mostly desert, so you spent half the time pushing your truck out of the sand. We went into our first action. Of course, we were all new recruits, haven't a clue what was going on. Even the officers were as green as grass.
The force advancing into Eritrea faced stern resistance and terrible terrain. General Platt described their battle for Keren.
A ding-dong battle, a soldier's battle, fought against an enemy infinitely superior in numbers, on ground of his own choosing, which gave him every bit of observation against the movement of our troops.
Indian troops climbed the rugged heights from which Italians poured fire down on them, overcoming their enemy in what General Wavell told Churchill was a tough nut to crack.
Does you good to see these gents with their hands up, doesn't it? And how about the Hun? It's better still to see him making the old familiar sign of camarade.
Cunningham's force took 50,000 prisoners, gained more than 930,000 square kilometers at the cost of 135 men killed and 4 captured.
With indomitable courage, they drove the Italians foot by foot from their position, supposed to be impregnable. Casualties are high, but the haul in prisoners is immense.
A British veteran of the fight said,
"Those who fought on other fronts know that nothing was worse than Keren."
General Platt had told his men that the battle
will be won by the side which lasts longest. I know you will last longer than they do, and I promise you, I will last longer than my opposite.
They lasted longer, but their war was just beginning.
All the soldiers that were involved in the East Africa campaign were boarded onto troops' ships, and we sailed right up the Red Sea, right up to Egypt.
For many, the war would continue along the North African littoral and on into Italy. They would not stop fighting until the war ended. But by then, it would be a very different war. A war in which Britain would have to fight in Europe, in Africa, and in Asia. This was the nightmare that, in 1940, made Winston Churchill, the great enemy of appeasement, yield to Japanese pressure and close the Burma Road.
The Burma Road, which was essential to get supplies to the 45 Chinese divisions fighting the Japanese and to ensure that they were kept in the war. They were flying supplies over the hump, over the Himalayas.
On the day the Burma Road was closed, the military party in Japan triumphed, and General Hideki Tojo became Minister for War. Little more than a week later, the Japanese government announced plans for a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere.
Japan was a militarist regime, and what that meant was that really the admirals and the generals had taken over every aspect of Japanese government, politics, foreign policy. They'd seized control of the country and its destiny.
Kuribayashi had volunteered to fight for his emperor as soon as he was old enough.
Japan had to develop the continent. In Manchuria, Japan had to control China. That's what my father said. There was no issue. In my village, I was called a patriotic child. I thought I should go and join the war against China.
The Emperor Hirohito observed,
Premier Konoye seems to consider that the China incident will not be settled easily and favors advancing to the south.
On September 27th, Japan signed a tripartite pact with Rome and Berlin.
The three aggressor nations of Europe and Asia joined forces. The German Führer was well disposed toward making an alliance with any nation which would help further his own greedy aims. The rejoicing Japanese knew that after their 350 years of waiting, their day of destiny was at hand.
Haro Yoshimichi, president of Japan's Privy Council, understood the path the nation was on.
The pact is a treaty of alliance with the United States as its target. I assume that the United States will put economic pressure on Japan. She will probably ban the export of oil and iron.
The Axis controlled just 3% of the world's oil production and 4% of its refinery capacity. Stalin would later say that the war had been decided by engines and octane. When German troops entered Romania, plugging a gap in their eastern front, they secured control of Ploesti, the productive Romanian oil field that was the source of 94% of German oil imports. On the day after the move into Ploesti, President Roosevelt said,
"The time may be coming when the Germans and the Japs will do some fool thing that will put us in. That's the only real danger of our getting in."
Following the announcement of the Tripartite Pact, Churchill reopened the Burma Road, and the British government granted Chiang Kai-shek a £10 million loan.
I think everyone in Britain regarded the event as definitely good news. And now war supplies are steadily on their way to the Chinese army again.
With the communists and nationalists agreeing that they would fight the Japanese rather than fighting each other, China's politics changed as well. It didn't become democratic in the sort of liberal sense. There was more pluralism. There was more opportunity for people to debate new ideas about the kind of society that would be constructed after the war was over.
In Vienna on the 20th of November 1940, with Hitler in attendance, Hungary joined the Axis. Romania was 3 days behind, Slovakia 1 day later. On December 18th, Hitler issued Directive 21.
The German armed forces must be prepared, even before the conclusion of war against England, to crush Soviet Russia in a rapid campaign.
They start the planning for an operation against the Soviet Union, still really thinking about the British. The idea is if they can knock out the Soviet Union, the British will realize they have no more allies left, not even a potential ally in the form of the Soviet Union. And then finally, the British will see reason as the Germans see it and make some kind of peace terms. So they're still thinking just very strategically.
By the end of January 1941, the Japanese Ministry of Finance had authorized the printing of occupation money for the Philippines, British Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies. On February 1st, rice rationing was introduced, and the ambassador to Vichy was instructed to tell the Vichy government that the Japanese army would push into Indochina, placing Japanese aircraft within reach of Malaya and the East Indies. The American Secretary of State pressed Roosevelt for fresh sanctions, which the US Navy War Plans Division warned
would probably result in a fairly early attack by Japan on Malaya and the Netherlands East Indies, and possibly involved the United States in early war in the Pacific.
So America imposes these restrictions on Japan. And for Japan, that just underlines everything they've always been worried about. The fact that somebody out there can cut off our oil, which we need. The fact that somebody out there, another power, can restrict our capital, can inhibit our exports. In a sense, it sort of crystallizes the feelings of insecurity that have become increasingly evident in Japan throughout the interwar years.
At sea, an American warship is the stage for historical drama almost without parallel in world diplomacy.
In August 1941, Churchill and Roosevelt met for the first time as wartime leaders. Churchill sailed aboard the Royal Navy's finest, the Prince of Wales, to meet the president at Placentia Bay in Newfoundland.
The two greatest leaders of the freedom-loving world are ready for the historic conference.
When Churchill went to meet Franklin Roosevelt, it was as though, somebody said, it was as though he was going to meet God. He regarded Roosevelt as somebody, the only person really, who could definitely save Britain.
It was difficult for countries to know each other. Imagine what it's like with no television, no internet. If you're an American president and you met a British prime minister, you didn't necessarily have a lot in common.
The most impressive scene witnessed on the deck of the Prince of Wales was the service. A service in which every man present, from Premier and President to ordinary seaman, dedicated himself anew to the securing, with God's help, of freedom for the whole world.
The leaders issued a press release that has become known as the Atlantic Charter. We fight according to the Atlantic Charter, not for territory and power, but for rights and principles. Some have been ignored, some trashed, but none could be unsaid. They survive still as the basis of the Charter of the United Nations. Churchill's deputy, Clement Attlee, broadcast news of the Charter, which greatly disappointed those listening on the radio. The United States was not joining the battle. Four months after Churchill had sailed to Placentia Bay aboard HMS Prince of Wales, she was sunk by Japanese aircraft off the coast of Malaya. Churchill said, "I never received a more direct shock." The sinking of two of the Royal Navy's finest ships closed a tumultuous year. British troops from Egypt arrived in Greece at the beginning of 1941.
Once Italy drew Greece into the war, that drew the British into Greece. Once the British were in Greece, then Germany's vital interests in the south were in jeopardy. Therefore, they had to now counter the British threat.
We battled in Greece. Most of our tanks were we to destroy ourselves because we didn't have spares. Just north of Thebes somewhere. And the planes came over and we piled into a ditch. And they caught it with a bomb. And then the order came through, every man for himself. The Greek government had collapsed. So that was it.
A month after British troops arrived in Greece, Germany invaded and dismembered Yugoslavia, which surrendered on April 17th. On April 27th, with German troops in Athens, Greece surrendered.
Their courage, their endurance, their repeated proofs of an unconquerable spirit, their sufferings, their sacrifices will not be in vain.
After British troops were evacuated to Crete, Ultra Intercepts, the code breakers at Bletchley Park, warned of an impending invasion. German parachutists descended on the island, harnessed by a single strap to a canopy over which they had no control.
German paratroopers dropped from a very low height, that they were subject to a great deal of small arms fire and suffered very heavily on the descent.
Poor communication meant that the defenders did not capitalize on their success.
These pictures tell their own story. The Luftwaffe bombing Greece almost at will because we hadn't enough planes with which to beat them back. More long-range fighters, more bombers, more planes and machines of every kind are needed now.
Other failures followed, and on May 27th, General Freyberg, Allied commander, declared the battle lost. Staff Sergeant Raymond Ryan was on Crete.
I woke to find white flags fluttering everywhere. On inquiring as to what was up, I was told that HQ had gone during the night, leaving orders to surrender.
Impatient for orders to go in and evacuate the troops, Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham advised,
"If, gentlemen, you order the army in Crete to surrender, the fleet will still go there to bring off the Marines."
The Germans now had Crete, they now had its airfields, they could now project naval and air power across the Mediterranean.
A week after the evacuation, British and Free French forces invaded Syria and Lebanon. James Gordon was with the 2/31st Australian Battalion. His Victoria Cross citation said,
He crept forward, over an area swept by machine gun and grenade fire, and killed the 4 machine gunners with bayonet.
On May 10, 1941, Adolf Hitler's deputy Rudolf Hess had flown to Scotland. Running out of fuel, he was obliged to parachute to Earth, broke an ankle, and was arrested by a startled ploughman. His mission sent Hitler into a rage. Hess had taken it upon himself to warn the British of what was about to happen.
The hour has come in which it is necessary to go into action against the conspiracy of Jewish Anglo-Saxon warmongers and Jewish power holders of the Bolshevik center in Moscow.
The hour was June 22nd, the 129th anniversary of Napoleon's invasion of Russia. 151 German divisions, supported by 40 from the Axis allies, more than 3 million men, stormed forward in 3 giant thrusts, aimed at Leningrad, Kiev, and Smolensk. British experts gave the Red Army 10 days. American experts, between 1 and 3 months. History tells a different story. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. German forces have swept across Europe, isolating the United Kingdom. Switzerland and Sweden are neutral, Spain sympathetic, the rest of the continent occupied or allied. Hitler rules an empire and governs a population greater than that of the USA. He turns east, demanding a different kind of war. A race war. A war of annihilation. Between January and June 1941, 17,000 trains carried German armies towards the Soviet Union. They included 3,000 troops designated to follow the combat units and conduct, in the words of Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer of the SS,
the annihilation campaign against the racial enemy.
On January 9th, 1941, the Führer told his generals,
"The enormous Russian space holds immeasurable riches. I am convinced our attack will sweep over them like a hailstorm."
Hitler, in his second book, wrote with envy of the American ability to exterminate the Native Americans. He starts to look to the Ukraine as the breadbasket, which will provide wheat and meat and milk.
Following a meeting with Hitler on March 3rd, General Alfred Jodl, head of the operations staff, noted agreement that, following conquest of the Soviet Union,
the Jewish Bolshevik intelligentsia must be eliminated.
Well, really, the invasion of the Soviet Union is both a conventional war and it's an ideological war. There is no restraint in this war. This is a racial, ideological war.
On March 30th, Hitler told 200 of his senior commanders at a planning conference,
"This is a war of extermination. We do not wage war to preserve the enemy."
After the war, German generals that were in the British or American captivity, they created this myth of a clean Wehrmacht, that the army never took part in these crimes. But the truth is that the army from the very beginning executed these orders.
The criminal orders followed. The Commissar order was an instruction to shoot a particular class of prisoner of war at the site and almost at the moment of capture.
Hitler thought that the commissars were the driving power, the ideological cells in this organism, in this body of Red Army, right? So they had to be killed straight away.
Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel signed the final draft of the order.
As a matter of principle, political commissars will be shot at once.
The people who came here as the harbingers of the European idea, they turned into criminals, which fought Soviet people, which burned the whole villages. They killed women, children.
In April, Walter von Brautigsch, Army Commander-in-Chief, spoke for the general conviction.
Fierce border battles anticipated, duration up to 4 weeks. Afterwards, only minor resistance is to be expected.
Minutes of a German planning meeting on May 2nd noted,
"The war can only be waged if the entire Wehrmacht is fed from Russia. As a result, tens of millions of people will doubtlessly starve to death."
This expected outcome was confirmed by the Economic Policy Guidelines for Economic Organization East, published on May 23rd.
Many tens of millions of people will become superfluous and will have to die or migrate to Siberia.
According to the German Plan Ost about Belarus territory, Germans plans to only 25% of population should remain here. 75% should be killed or removed to other territories.
In one of the documents of General Plan Ost, it was written that it's too expensive to kill all Slavic people. We don't need to. We need to keep some of them, but other they will die from starvation or, so it was quite, practical.
So they quite coldly and calculatedly intend to murder many more millions of people than were actually murdered, in the Holocaust, 6 million in the Holocaust. We're talking 30 million as a result of the hunger plan.
On June 11th, Stalin received warning of imminent attack from a Soviet agent in Berlin known as Starshiner. He rejected every warning.
He was convinced that the more that he heard from warnings from the British about German preparations, that this was a British plot to provoke him into a war with Hitler purely for British interests.
Hitler, confident of the success of the invasion, ordered a shift of weapons production from the army to the Air Force, anticipating resumption of the war against Britain following the Soviet Union's defeat. He then took what he called
the hardest decision of my life.
The signal Dortmund has a claim to being the word that separates then from now. Dortmund triggered the launch of Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, on June 22nd at 3:30 a.m. half an hour after Joseph Stalin had gone to bed. One of the soldiers in one of the 166 invading divisions recalled,
"We marched into Russia. We had been told that Russians had attacked us, so off we went to teach them a lesson."
Stalin had disregarded over 80 warnings about Barbarossa and 180 violations of Soviet airspace in the preceding 3 months. Then, a forward position radioed,
"We are being fired on. What are we to do?"
With the familiar Panzer technique, which had never before failed, Nazi Germany launched the cane which was to overwhelm the Soviet and provide Hitler with a full entry into Moscow long before summer ended.
The entire German forces, including their allies Romania, Finland, and various other contributing nations, came to about 4 million men that was going to cross the Soviet border and head towards their targets in the Soviet Union.
German bombers struck 66 Soviet aerodromes, destroying more than 1,200 Soviet aircraft on the ground. Bombs fell on towns. Yuri Kuzhnikov, who served in the Red Army, remembered,
"We woke up because of the noise in the sky. There were planes and they were flying and swooping down and nosedived. We thought it was part of the training, but it was Germans."
The invasion was initially enormously successful for the Germans. They cut through the Soviet defenses. They almost destroyed the Soviet Air Force on the ground before they could even get aircraft in the air.
When Georgy Zhukov, chief of the General Staff, phoned the Kremlin, he was told that Stalin was asleep.
"Wake him immediately. The Germans are bombing our cities."
By nightfall on the 22nd, Italy and Romania had declared war on the Soviet Union. Finland joined in on the 26th, and Hungary on the 27th. The German army in the east was supported by the Dutch, French, Danish, Croatian, Slovakian, Hungarian, Romanian, and Spanish volunteers. Army groups North, Center, and South struck out for their objectives. Group North, tasked with the capture of Leningrad, South with Kiev, and Center, the largest formation with as much armor as the other groups combined, driving for Smolensk.
They are just driving in. And this is a real problem because they don't have any infantry support. They will close the encirclement at Minsk. They will ultimately capture some 300,000 Soviet prisoners of war, but the bulk of the German infantry is coming much slower behind them.
On June 23rd, Goebbels wrote in his diary,
"We must win, and quickly. The public mood is one of slight depression.
After years of scientific military preparation, in accordance with a deliberate plan of conquest, and with the avowed object of enslaving all less powerful peoples, the German machine has smashed its subhuman way across the face of Europe."
In many parts of the Ukraine, the Baltic states, and even Western Russia, the elders greeted the invaders as liberators. Empire was there for the taking, as Field Marshal Fedor von Bock observed.
"This people would not be difficult to lead."
But leadership was not in the lexicon of Nazi racial theory. Himmler understood the aims.
The purpose of the Russian campaign is to decimate the Slavic population by 30 millions.
The problem was that the Germans, by the end of 1941, with their disgusting policy, they turned the population against them. And I think that was one of the main factors that contributed to their defeat.
The killings began at once. On June 24th, a Gestapo official in Tilsit ordered the shooting of 200 male Jews. A further 201 Jews were killed in Gargstye, 214 in Kretinga on the 25th, 111 in Palanga on the 27th, escalating to 30,000 at Kaunas between the 4th and 6th of July.
The Holocaust does not start in Auschwitz or in a camp, but it starts on the killing fields of the occupied Soviet Union.
Within 3 days of the invasion, the Luftwaffe was able to switch to a ground support role. The Red Army Air Force would lose 21,200 aircraft in 1941 from an initial strength of 32,100. Evgeny Kuguchin lived close to the border.
Straight away, the preparation began. Not too far from my village, they started building a reserve airport. They gave an order to every collective farm to find people and horses, so we were surfacing the field for a future airport.
On June 26th, as Pravda described the conflict as a fatherland war, von Manstein's surging 56th Motorized Corps had to pause at the western Dvina River and wait.
It was a modern army, tanks, motorized infantry. They're thrusting forward, destroying, breaking these echelons. But 80%, the great bulk, was still infantry that would march on and on and on, just like back in the days of Napoleon.
By June 27th, elements of the 221st Division watched without protest the slaughter of 2,000 Jews at Bialystok by the 309th Reserve Police Battalion, and German tanks linked up east of Minsk. A day later, the city surrendered. When Himmler visited Bialystok in July, he complained,
"The police rounded up too few Jews."
A week after the launch of Barbarossa, the vanguard was almost a third of the way to Moscow. But the 7th Panzer Division, spearheading Army Group Center's push, reported a 50% loss of Mark II and Mark III tanks and an unsustainable 75% loss of Mark IV models, mainly through mechanical failure.
As you drive over it with a tank and then a truck and then a tank and then a truck, it kicks up an enormous amount of dust. And all of this is going into 1930s, 1940s air filters. It's going straight into the engines.
The first partisan battle of the war took place around Pinsk on the 28th of June.
The path in the swamps was very narrow. And if the column, German column, need to pass through the swamps and through the forests, the partisans needed to shoot the first car and the last car. Germans paralyzed. They jump in the swamp, they die.
A directive issued on the 29th in the names of Stalin and Molotov called for people
to create intolerable conditions for the enemy and all of his henchmen.
Fighting against partisans for the Germans always means, well, if we find a gun or two in a village, then we consider the village to be a partisan village and we'll burn the village and we'll kill all the people. So in Belarus, we have more than 1 million non-Jewish inhabitants who are actually killed.
In the first winter of war, several hundreds thousand small children, younger than 1 year, their mothers didn't have milk, and there was now as a substitute of mother's milk because it was impossible for them to survive.
In Soviet Ukraine, Soviet Belarus, and the Leningrad district, where Stalin had starved and shot 4 million people in the previous 8 years, German forces would starve and shoot a far greater number, and in less than half the time. On July 3rd, in his first public speech since the invasion, Stalin said,
"Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, men of our army and navy, my words are addressed to you, dear friends."
Stalin had never spoken like that before. He had never called the people his brothers and sisters. Now he told them,
"We must call on all workers to commence the struggle in order to defend their freedom, their honor, and their motherland with their bodies in our patriotic war."
And everywhere throughout their vast country, the people of Russia responded. Russian factories already working overtime even increased the tempo of their war production.
he did not invoke loyalty to the Soviet state, the party, or the revolution. His appeal was to Russian nationalism. The day he spoke, Halder, German chief of staff, wrote,
"It is no exaggeration to say that the war against Russia has been won."
On July 8th, Goebbels declared,
"No one doubts anymore our victory in Russia."
In the first 3 weeks, the attack advanced 480 kilometers. The Red Army lost 1 million killed, wounded, missing, or captured, and about 10,000 tanks and 4,000 aircraft. It was astonishing, but not enough.
They've taken in the north, Volokolamsk, they've taken in the center, Moskaysk, and they've taken in the south, Kaluga. All the three arteries that are leading toward Moscow. But they are still not at Moscow.
The crucial city of Smolensk, halfway between Minsk and Moscow, fell on July 16th. Lev Kazevich served in the Red Army.
Main battles were going in Smolensk, and we were surrounded. I was wounded, I was deaf, I lost my hearing. Our sergeant major was wrapped up with our regimental color, and some fishermen helped us to cross the river, and we got to the bank where our troops were.
All the history books will tell you, Battle of Minsk, great success, 300,000 prisoners of war. Battle of Smolensk, something similar, about 300,000 prisoners of war. The problem is, they have not done what Barbarossa stipulates. They have not been able to eliminate the Red Army or Soviet resistance at the borders.
Hitler's confidence was untroubled. On the 16th, he said,
"We have now to face the task of cutting the giant cake according to our needs. We shall never withdraw from these areas. In future, there are never to be any but German soldiers west of the Urals."
And he added,
"The war against the partisans has its advantages. It enables us to exterminate all those who oppose us."
So Himmler ramped up the manpower deployed to the task of shooting non-combatants.
You then get a radicalization of orders being issued further down the chain of command. An increase in the manpower in the rear areas in the Soviet Union to combat partisans, and the main increase in manpower is the SS battalions who were sent then to the east.
By July 18th, an Einsatzgruppen report could advise that 3,302 Jews had been
liquidated in the course of cleansing operations on the Soviet-Lithuanian border.
Peter Bzhosky was a Soviet soldier.
First time in our life, we saw how people were killed. Germans killed everyone, and that anti-tank trench was filled with human bodies. We saw there was bodies of toddlers.
On July 19th, Shana Graham, who lived in the Preili shtetl in Latvia, wrote,
"An order has been issued that Jews must wear a yellow distinguishing mark.
On the 27th, she wrote,
"All the Jews in Devonskaya Street are ordered to put on their best clothes. In the afternoon, chased out beyond the cemetery and shot there. This is terrible. We did not expect things to end this way."
On August 8th,
"No one knows when our sufferings will end. I feel as though the next awful thing is getting closer and closer to me."
On the 9th, Shana Graham's family was murdered. All the Jews of Preili were murdered, all 1,500 of them. Shana did not die that day. Shana Graham was kept back by the Einsatzgruppe commander for his amusement and not killed until he was done with her on the 16th. She was 15 years old. By July 20th, Admiral Canaris, chief of German military intelligence, reported that it was
increasingly evident that the Russian campaign is not going by the book.
Barbarossa was planned to be a quick war, but the truth is that the Germans could never reach what they had in mind, so that meant that they're trapped in the east.
On the 21st, Moscow was bombed for the first time, as eyewitnesses recalled.
At 2200 hours, an air attack started. That's how, for the first time in my life, I saw an air attack on Moscow. As it became dark, we went to check on windows of buildings. Every single window had to be blacked out.
The first major Soviet counteroffensive was launched on the 23rd at Smolensk. Vasily Pronin was one of the raw recruits.
We didn't have much of war experience at that time. We were very scared. But if you could manage your fears and stay focused, you could be a good soldier.
So the unexceptional fourth week of the invasion ended. On July 24th, Goebbels confessed,
"One is gradually becoming aware that the Eastern campaign is no stroll to Moscow."
When the Soviet Union did not collapse quickly, suddenly Hitler's lightning war, his quick war plan, fell into disarray. There was no plan B.
Two days later, July 26th, Hitler complained,
"The Russians simply do not know when they are defeated."
Despite Russia's loss of her best agricultural areas, her most thoroughly developed industrial plants, millions of her people, thousands of her tanks and her planes, despite everything, the dread Nazi Blitz had spluttered, stumbled, and finally died.
On the 27th, an order was read out concerning General Pavlov, his chief of staff, General Klimovsky, and the entire staff responsible for the failure of the Red Army to defend Bialystok-Minsk. They were all to be shot, which they were.
In Stalin's opinion, it was a very reasonable thing. All the Soviet generals should know that if they fail to implement his orders, they would be punished.
The next day, Soviet High Command Order 227 instructed not a step back. On the 30th, Hitler Directive 34 ordered Army Group Center to go over to the defensive. On the 31st, Goebbels admitted,
"It is clear that we have underestimated Bolshevism."
Expected to conquer an area 20 times that of the land occupied in Western Europe, Operation Barbarossa launched with only 10% more men and 30% more tanks. Not for the first time, as Field Marshal Erich von Manstein confessed, an invader had failed to grasp the vastness of the land.
Everyone was captivated by the endlessness of the landscape. The distant horizon seemed like some mountain ridge behind which a paradise might beckon, but it only stretched on and on.
As General Halder wrote in his diary, We are lost in the Soviet plains.
The invading force suffered the greatest number of casualties while advancing. More than 500,000 wiped off the strength. And as the invasion advanced, Soviet industry retreated.
As the German forces were pushing towards Moscow, the Soviet Union was already evacuating factories, government departments, huge resources to the east.
Stalin's policy of the scorched earth will deprive Hitler of any loot.
Between July and October 1941, more than 1,500 factories were transported east by train. 2,593 industrial units removed beyond the Urals and out of harm's way.
And that's what you get with a command economy, that you can just order a factory to move, provide the trains, and off it goes to the Urals, and you're in production again. But at enormous cost of sacrifice to the Russian people.
25 million people were shipped east and set to work 18-hour days, with 1 day off a month. In one place, 8,000 female workers lived in holes bored in the ground. The scale of civilian suffering everywhere was unimaginable.
In 1941, the biggest tragedy of this war started, the siege of Leningrad.
The almost 900-day siege claimed 1 million lives, more than the combined British and American death toll for the entire war. Diarists recorded the fate of the city as it ran out of water, of power, and of matches. One said that the living had not the strength to bury the dead. In September, panzer divisions met up at Lochwitza, encircling an army which, on the 26th of September, surrendered 655,000 Russian prisoners.
During the first 5-6 months of the war, almost 2.5 million people, prisoners of war, died.
57.5% of Soviet prisoners of war died in captivity. The death toll for British and American prisoners of the Germans was 3.5%.
Roughly 3 million Soviet prisoners of war who die in German hands simply because the Germans say, well, we won't feed them. So they put them in a POW camp and then let them starve.
You could dig a hole in the ground for yourself and live there. That's how they treated prisoners of war.
We have camps where 100,000 Soviet prisoners of war are in there, and 2 months later they are all dead because they have all been starved to death. And who is commanding this? The German army.
A Kiev diarist said,
"There is total famine. They probably want to give us a slow death. Obviously, it is inconvenient to shoot everybody."
When Hitler ordered the resumption of the advance on Moscow, Operation Typhoon, his infantry division had been reduced to 50% of their original strength, and the fighting vehicle strength of the Panzer Division similarly weakened. In a radio broadcast, he said,
"Today begins the last great decisive battle of the war, the final tremendous blow which, before the onset of winter, will lead to the destruction of the enemy."
Joseph Goebbels was poetically jubilant.
"The eastern continent lies like a limp virgin in the mighty arms of the German Mars."
The proof of the failure of Operation Barbarossa is Operation Typhoon. The fact that the Germans have to come up with a whole new campaign geared to begin as late as October, which is long after the war should be won.
Early on October 5th, Nikolai Spitov, the Moscow air commander, reported that a column of German tanks was advancing along the Uknovo highway, 100 kilometers from the walls of the Kremlin. After inspecting the defenses, Zhukov told Stalin,
"All routes to Moscow are open. The weak covering forces cannot be guaranteed against the sudden appearance of enemy tanks."
On the 15th, Stalin ordered the evacuation of Moscow, but announced that he would remain in the capital.
Stalin's presence in the city during the Battle of Moscow is considered by some historians one of the great turning points of the Second World War.
So the leader is extremely important. The leader can construct these images, can communicate this, but the leader has a lot of work to do here. People, of course, can buy into it or not.
Lavrentiy Beria, sadistic head of Stalin's secret police, was in a panic.
How are we going to defend Moscow? We have absolutely nothing at all. We have been overwhelmed. We shall be shot down like partridges.
Vasily Pronin was with the Red Army.
Tula was a southern point of Moscow's defense. It was planned that the 50th Army would defend the city, but that army was surrounded in Bryansk. By order, all men from Tula, except bakers and men from the armory, had to go and defend Tula.
Gunther Blumentritt was chief of staff of the German Fourth Army. He saw
Russian workers poured out of the factories and fought with their hammers and tools in defense of their city.
By October 16th, 15 centimeters of snow blanketed the entire countryside, and General Hoffmann von Waldo lamented.
"Our wildest dreams have been washed out by rain and snow."
The weather has changed, and this is this famous period of the Rasputitsa, this deep liquid mud. But I wouldn't overstate that.
Of course, German generals blamed Russian weather and frost. But to be honest, it was not a state secret of Russia that we've got frosts in December and in January. The roads were never good in Russia. It was not a secret.
On November 12th, the temperature on the Moscow front dropped to -12 degrees Celsius, and frostbite and more began to spread through the invaders, who had not been equipped for the winter. On October 12th, 1941, General Heinz Guderian recorded a temperature of -52 Celsius. Soup froze in the bowl, and bowels froze in the latrine, killing the man with his pants around his ankles.
It's -40. They cannot stay in the open, right? So they will just drive the Russian civilians out of their small huts, and they will just live there. And that meant that a lot of these people just died. And no one knows how many perished because of that.
At the end of October, the Red Army hit back. Vasily Pronin was with the Red Army.
On the 30th of October, the first tank attack started. We destroyed 31 German tanks, but it was a very hard battle. It took many lives.
Konev's Kalinin Army Group, northwest of Moscow, moved on November 5th. Zhukov's Western Army Group launched the main attack one day later, the 6th. By the 16th, the panzer group that had bridged the Moscow-Volga Canal had been pushed back. The German 9th Army had been pushed from Kalinin, and Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group was being pressed by Golikov's 10th Army.
When they launched their invasion, they had a superiority in numbers over the Soviets of 1.4 to 1. By the time they reached Moscow in late November, early December 1941, the Soviets outnumbered them 1.2 to 1.
On December 13th, 1941, the 6th Panzer Division reported that it only had 350 riflemen and no tanks. On the 16th, 7th Panzer was down to 200 men, 10 vehicles, and no heavy tanks. 3rd Panzergruppe reported,
Discipline is breaking down. More and more soldiers are heading west on foot without weapons.
A Soviet commander in the 19th Rifle Brigade recalled,
The Germans in July 1941 were confident, strong, tall men. But later on, they became miserable, crooked, snotty, wrapped in woolen kerchiefs stolen from old women in villages.
The implications of the failure of 1941 will roll on into every other operation throughout the rest of the war, and it is unambiguously the turning point.
And yet, with his troops being pushed back, Hitler said,
Now it is impossible for us to lose this war.
He was reacting to the news of Pearl Harbor. At 06:15 local time on December 7th, 1941, the first wave of Japanese aircraft took off from their carriers, positioned some 320 kilometers north of Hawaii. Robert Eakin of the U.S. Navy was aboard his ship.
We were tied up at the submarine base when the Japanese hit. I was having a chat with the first lieutenant. He said that they're kind of early this morning. We were thinking about the Army Air Force. They used to have maneuvers on Sunday mornings. Then pretty soon we saw a bomb drop, and he said that this isn't the Army Air Force, so some general quarters and everybody headed for their battle stations.
At 0750 hours, the first wave of Japanese aircraft, 43 fighters, 51 dive bombers, 70 torpedo bombers, and 50 ordinary bombers, flying in layers from 3,000 to 4,500 meters, appeared over Hawaii.
We went up to our battle stations and fired at planes coming over. And it went on for a couple hours. Me and my gunner got credit for a plane and a half. How they figure, I don't know.
Japanese planes attacked the airfields at Wheeler, Kaneohe, and Hickam, and launched torpedoes at the naval squadron of 94 warships and auxiliary vessels at anchor, including 8 battleships in Battleship Row.
We saw the Arizona get hit. A lot of the guys were caught in fires and jumped over the side. Some of them drowned, some of them burned to death. But I was one of the lucky ones.
One of the Japanese pilots described the scene.
The smoke and flame erupted together. It was a mean-looking red flame, the kind that powder produces. And I knew at once that a big powder magazine had exploded.
4 out of 5 men aboard the Arizona were killed. 1,100 out of the total of 2,403 fatalities on the day. Surprise was complete. Within a few minutes, 5 battleships, 2 light cruisers, and an old target battleship had been hit, and almost all the US aircraft on the ground wiped out.
Pearl Harbor was the key.
knock out the fleet, the battleships, and they assumed carriers located at Pearl Harbor, so that they would then be free at the same time to invade Malaya, to seize Southeast Asia.
The Japanese would never have attacked the Americans if they didn't think that the British and the Americans would have been tied down in Europe.
By 1000 hours, it was all over. The Japanese plan appeared to have succeeded, and at a cost of only 29 aircraft and 5 mini-submarines. But a pair of vital targets, the oil storage tanks and the American aircraft carriers, which were at sea during the attack, had been missed. Americans who would serve in the war remembered the day it arrived in their country.
There was a skating rink at 60th Street and the Boulevard. It was about 2:30 in the afternoon, a loudspeaker can come on, and it said, "Everybody, we're closed and go home. The Japanese just attacked Pearl Harbor." And that's how I heard about Pearl Harbor.
I was hanging out on the corner like we did in them days, and we heard that Pearl Harbor was attacked. Nobody knew where Pearl Harbor was. Never heard of it before.
In the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, American recruiting officers had to remain open throughout the night.
Remember Pearl Harbor became the sort of rallying cry of the American people, much like Remember the Alamo. It really rallied the American people around the cause.
I remember it very clearly because at the time there was a football game going on in Chicago. When it came over the news, the amazing thing was that the next day, hundreds of boys left immediately to join the Army.
Tactically, it was very effective, tremendous success. Politically, it was a disaster because it united the American people behind all-out war.
On December 8th, Breckinridge Long at the US State Department said,
"It is the worst day in American history. All day we have been in hectic steps of transition from a peace basis to a war basis."
On December 8th, Roosevelt addressed Congress.
I think he deserves recognition as the greatest president of the 20th century and the 21st, because he was equal to this moment.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
If you listen to his voice in that remarkable speech, which I think is one of the greatest speeches of the 20th century, he is deeply, deeply angry.
Congress voted in favor of war by 470 votes to 1. Jeanette Rankin, the pacifist congresswoman from Montana, demurred.
As a woman, I can't go to war, and I refuse to send anyone else.
When the Congress voted, the US Army was barely 100,000 strong. When Japan signed the surrender aboard the USS Missouri, the United States had equipped, trained, and put into uniform almost 15 million military personnel. War on an unimaginable scale had been unleashed. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. Basking in early success, the Japanese described themselves as being victory drunk, and Admiral Mitomi Ugaki declared on New Year's Day, 1942,
"The main thing is to win, and we surely will win."
But on May 12th, little over 4 months later, and following the Battle of the Coral Sea, Admiral Ugaki struck a different note in his diary.
A dream of great success has been shattered.
The attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, was a shock, but not quite a surprise. In China, many considered it a blessing, but China's war was far from over.
When we think about the experience that we associate with the war in the West, even something as iconic as the Blitz in London, we should remember that those experiences were not just shared in China, but often the Chinese were there first.
The news of Pearl Harbor was also greeted with glee by the British Prime Minister, who was spending that weekend at his official country home.
When the news of Pearl Harbor came through, he said he went to bed that evening and he slept the sleep of the just and the saved, because he knew that America coming into the war in that way would tip the balance completely against Nazi Germany.
Four days after Pearl Harbor, Hitler announced to the Reichstag that Germany had declared war on the USA. Ribbentrop, Hitler's foreign minister, asked,
"When has a Jewified nation like that ever produced fighters?"
Hitler said,
"Everything about the behavior of American society reveals that it's half Judaized and the other half negrified. How can one expect a state like that to hold together?"
The American president spoke to the American people and to the world in his State of the Union address on January 6th.
In fulfilling my duty to report upon the State of the Union, I am proud to say to you that the spirit of the American people was never higher than it is today.
Hitler thought that even if America came into the war, it would be so preoccupied with the Pacific and with Japan, it would have little time and energy and resource to apply to Europe. It's totally the other way when it comes to it. Roosevelt commits the forces first to the European war. It is a remarkable thing.
In the address, Roosevelt told the world that the United States would produce 60,000 aircraft in 1942 and 125,000 in 1943, 45,000 tanks in 42 and 75,000 in 43.
This will give Japanese and the Nazis a little idea of just what they accomplished in the attack at Pearl Harbor.
I suppose you could say that Roosevelt had charisma. He had this ability to speak to people. But I think what made him different from people like Hitler or Mussolini was that he believed in democratic institutions. He always accepted that he worked within the bounds of the American Constitution.
The president was determined that the production figures in his Union address would be achieved or bettered. He sent for a businessman, Donald Nelson, executive vice president of Sears Roebuck. Roosevelt set up a new authority, the War Production Board. He asked the man from Sears Roebuck if he approved of the name. Nelson said it was fine. Roosevelt said,
I'm glad you approve, because you are the chairman of the War Production Board.
Donald Nelson powered up an industrial base, which was already dominant.
In the time the Japanese built one aircraft carrier, the Americans built 24. There is no way that they could match that. In modern warfare, it's all about manufacturing ability and logistics, and the Americans could overwhelm the Japanese.
Americans are preparing with all possible speed to take their places. Workers in the mills and the mines are laboring long hours under great pressure to turn out the weapons and the equipment without which the war cannot be won.
Once Donald Nelson went to work, the transformation was extraordinary. In 1941, American dockyards produced 794,000 tons of shipping. In the following 3 years, they produced 21 million tons. In 1940, the United States of America produced 2,141 aircraft. In 1944, it produced 96,318. By 1943, 18 American shipyards were together producing 3 14,000-ton cargo vessels every day.
America is determined to build enough ships fast enough.
And those living near the shipyards knew as well as anyone that there was a war on.
Work never stopped on the ships. Early or late, it was possible to hear the roar of construction 5 miles from the shipyard.
American industrial output was said to be a tank every 5 minutes, an aircraft every half hour, and an aircraft carrier every week. But the threat to America was not on her Pacific, but on her Atlantic seaboard. In January 1942, German U-boats sank 132 ships between New York and Miami. The Germans called it Operation Drumbeat, Paukenschlag, nicknamed the Second Happy Time. The first happy time had initiated the war's longest battle, the Battle of the Atlantic. In March 1941, the First Lord of the Admiralty said,
"We must impress upon both employers and workers that in facing the Battle of the Atlantic, now opening upon us, we need every ounce of their energy and ever-increasing production."
Britain's natural defense as an island may have saved her from invasion, but it was also a liability. The strength of her navy, the size of her merchant marine, almost 1/3 of the world's merchant tonnage was British, and the bounty of her empire, 42% of imports came on long voyages from imperial ports, had made Britain dependent on imports. Not for comfort, but for survival. Winston Churchill admitted,
"The only thing that ever really frightened me during the war was the U-boat peril. Invasion, I thought, even before the air battle, would fail. But now, our lifeline, even across the broad oceans, and especially in the entrances to the island, was endangered."
Admiral Karl Dönitz commanded the U-boats, but not in the numbers he thought necessary. It was 1942 before Hitler conceded that
The submarine will in the end decide the outcome of the war.
the fall of France brought the German U-boat fleet closer to the Atlantic shipping lanes through possession of French ports. From July 1940 to the end of October, 282 Allied ships were sunk, a loss of 1,489,795 tons of merchant shipping. When a ship was hit, getting the lifeboats away was an epic endeavor, recalled with emotion by those who witnessed it.
The wind shrieked through the rigging and superstructure. I caught a glimpse of one of the big merchant ships being rolled on its beam ends by the huge swells.
The boat was lowered somehow, and we scrambled down towards it. "Cast off!" bawled someone when the boat seemed crowded, but answered at once by yells and screams above us. "No, no, wait a second!"
We owe a debt that can never be paid to the merchant navy. We believe the vast majority of the people of this country realize what they owe to our seamen.
The Battle of the Atlantic would claim about 100,000 lives, shared almost equally between those serving in Allied navies, merchant sailors, and the U-boat crews. Tactics and weapons evolved as the battle continued. For the Allies, the most important innovation was the convoy system, but it had its limitations.
A convoy system reduces the efficiency of shipping because you have to wait for enough ships to be assembled. They move from point A to point B at the speed of the slowest. Nevertheless, by bringing the ships together, it forced the U-boats to face the defenders in order to get at the targets.
The Germans have tried hard to beat the convoy system, but they have failed.
As in the last war, so in this, the convoy system has proved its efficiency.
Tactics improved, but according to a U-boat captain, nothing improved life aboard the U-boats.
All are living under constant tension produced by living in a steel tube. A small, cramped space, monotony, bad air.
Until quite late in the war, U-boats were not true submarines, capable of extended underwater operation. They had to surface often and for lengthy periods. And when they did, they were visible and vulnerable. The Kriegsmarine lost 696 out of the 830 U-boats sent out on operations, and over 70% of all U-boat crews operational between 1939 and 1945. A far greater proportion of active personnel lost than any other service of any combatant nation. According to Dönitz, the loss of a single boat was a price paid for sinking 100,000 tons of Allied shipping. But by May 1943, the value of one boat had become an unacceptably meager 10,000 tons. On May 24th, Dönitz was forced to admit that, for the moment, the battle was lost. The battle would be renewed with improved vessels and weapons, but the initiative was never regained.
The Battle of the Atlantic was the vital logistic battle of the war. Whether it failed or succeeded on either side really determined the course of the war. The turn of the tide was the result of the continuing evolution of the intelligence system. It was the result of the increase in strength of the escort forces. It was the result of technological developments, in particular direction-finding systems, by enabling the North American industrial machine to provide all the resources that were needed to fight what was an industrial war. The Battle of the Atlantic was central.
The home front understood the hardships being endured by those who went to sea. As one rescued sailor discovered,
the journey across London via the underground, clad in a salt-stained uniform and clutching my orange-coloured life jacket, was more of an ordeal than the whole of the Western Ocean, with masses of people all wanting to crowd around me to slap my back or shake my hand.
the Battle of the Atlantic disrupted supplies to and affected lives on the home front.
Every day before the war, 10 to 15 ships were arriving in British ports bringing food, and that number halved once the war started. Churchill talks about winning the Battle of the Atlantic was the key to winning the war, and in many ways he was right. But it wasn't the key to Britain's ability to feed itself.
In 1938, 68 million tons of imports were landed in Britain. In 1941, the figure was 26 million. Golf courses were ploughed and planted, rationing enforced, ersatz recipes officially distributed. The shipping crisis of 1942 forced legislation in Britain outlawing white bread and introducing a detested beige bread known as the national loaf. Onions were so valued, they were given as prizes in raffles and presents on birthdays. But overall, though the diet of the middle class deteriorated during the war, that of the working class improved.
So the Battle of the Atlantic was crucial, but it never threatened Britain's survival.
But not in occupied Europe, where millions were being starved. On January 30th, 1942, the 9th anniversary of his appointment as Chancellor, Hitler spoke from the stage of the Berlin Sportspalast.
The war will not end as the Jews imagine it will, namely with the uprooting of the Aryans. But the result of this war will be the complete annihilation of the Jews.
Those walled up in ghettos were already fulfilling his prophecy. Moishe Fishman was one of them.
We finished up living 10 to a room. We slept in shifts. Because of the hygienic condition, typhus set in. We had no medicine. Whatever we had to be smuggled. If they found you outside the ghetto without the band, you were a dead person. People were dying right, left, and center. Next were ration cards. You were a German, you received 2,180, I think to be correct, calories, now we are in calories, per day. If you were a Pole, you received 600. If you were Jewish, you received 300. Out of the 300, maybe 180 were edible. The rest you could throw away.
It keeps you just alive, but only just, and eventually you starve to death. Anybody who they considered to be not worthy of life, they employed this strategy of starving them to death.
The Battle of the Atlantic did not mean starvation. It meant shortages and shoddy substitutes. Elsewhere, the disruption of maritime supply lines did mean life or death. If the United Kingdom is an island nation, Japan is a nation of islands.
The Japanese go into the Second World War with America on a very frugal ration already, and it gets worse. So Japan depends on imports from abroad, but it also depends on shipping between the islands. And the American U-boat campaign against Japan is extremely effective.
1 month after Pearl Harbor, on January 7th, 1942, the USS Pollock sunk a Japanese freighter off Tokyo. It was the first of the 1,113 merchant ships sunk by the American submarines. Japan knew it could not win a war of attrition. Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy, famously told his Prime Minister,
"In the first 6 to 12 months of a war with the United States and Great Britain, I will run wild and win victory upon victory." if the war continues after that, I have no expectation of success.
Within the space of 5 months, Japan created a vast empire. But against fragile opposition. The war against Hitler had weakened an already inadequate defense, resting in the hands of leaders who seem almost to have been designed as caricatures. Boundlessly incompetent, stubbornly racist.
A lot of racial prejudice underlies the Allies' initial reading of what the Japanese military is capable of. And so it underestimates its ability to manoeuvre. It underestimates simply its ability to fight. Thus, the Japanese are able to wrest control in areas that they're fighting very quickly.
Even in defeat, praise was grudging and tainted. General Archibald Wavell, overall commander-in-chief, called the force that destroyed his command
an army of highly trained gangsters.
Japanese racism was at least as toxic as that of any other country. Of those the invasion set out to conquer, the manual advised soldiers,
"We may wish to make men of them quickly, but we should not expect too much."
Racism was one of the most important explanations for the fact that the Japanese never really were able to work as closely with the Germans as they might have done.
Malaya produced 38% of the world's rubber and almost 60% of its tin. That it was a Japanese target surprised no one. Yet the defenders managed to be surprised. Almost as soon as the fight on the Malay Peninsula started, a Japanese officer concluded,
"The only thing we had to fear were the quantity of munitions and thoroughness of demolitions."
The British forces are seeking to defend the road and rail corridor by fighting on the road and rail corridor. Because if you're a military force and you want to move quickly, that's what you've got to use. They build defensive positions backed up by artillery. What they want to do is stop the Japanese in their tracks, employ the artillery, destroy them.
The British were still seeing everything in terms of roads, and so they were defending roads. The Japanese brilliantly exploited outflanking movements again and again. They found the British had established a blocking position on a road, and they just went round the back, through the jungle. And the moment the British found themselves outflanked, they retreated.
A British officer was eyewitness to the speed of Japan's advance.
Within 2 minutes, a dozen medium tanks passed me. They had crashed right through our forward companies.
General Yamashita, commanding the Japanese invasion force, had 150 tanks. They were not very good tanks, but their quality didn't matter. The British forces opposing him had no tanks.
British and Imperial forces were pretty woefully trained when it came to jungle warfare. The Indian Army, which made up a major proportion of the defenders, were trained essentially for the plains and the hills of India. This would be really useless when it came to fighting on narrow jungle tracks.
Yamashita's men had seen combat in China, but this was their first time fighting in the jungle. One Japanese colonel remarked,
The enemy retreated, leaving behind as souvenirs about 50 field guns, 50 heavy machine guns, 300 trucks.
Another colonel boasted,
Owing to the availability of Churchill's supplies, there was no necessity for us to transport even one bag of rice.
Churchill's supplies was the name the Japanese facetiously attached to abandoned Allied supply dumps.
They were told to get Churchill's rations to raid the British soldiers' food dumps and so on. That was always a part of the strategy.
The Japanese soldier was better motivated, better trained, better prepared than his British and Australian counterpart.
Australian troops who fought on the peninsula upheld a proud tradition. One battalion, at the suggestion of its colonel, went into battle singing Waltzing Matilda. Their fight was the Battle of Muar. General Yamashita said,
"The Battle of Muar was the most savage of the whole campaign. In all fairness, the survivors of the enemy forces can feel proud, because in a week-long bloody battle without any tank or air support, they held up the whole of my army."
By the time the Japanese advance reached Singapore Island, it was outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, had been marching for 55 days, and was short of ammunition. And yet, after landing, they rolled over a disorganized force. Many of the Allied troops facing the Japanese invasion were recently arrived, and mainly raw recruits. On February 13th, a Japanese English-language broadcast blared over the city, declaring that there will be no Dunkirk at Singapore. Two days later, Arthur Percival wrote in his diary,
"There is no hope or help on the horizon."
There was a kind of a collective collapse in the morale and the confidence of British forces. It was really all over when the Japanese invasion force captured the city's water supply. At that point, it would have been very easy to lay the British forces under siege.
Arthur Percival surrendered his command. His appearance, his dress, his companions, and their carriage of the Union flag could hardly have been improved on by a propagandist wishing to hollow out the reputation of the British Empire. He fitted perfectly the role of scapegoat.
It was a symbol, really, of the fact that the British Empire in the Far East was rotten, it had no substance to it, and it could be taken by a people that Churchill had been apt to despise. It was a disaster and a humiliation that he found it very, very difficult to explain in Parliament.
As an 18-year-old, Lee Kuan Yew, who would be independent Singapore's first Prime Minister, watched the British trudge into their terrible captivity.
I saw them trampling along in front of my house for 3 solid days. An endless stream of bewildered men.
With astonishing, vicious force, the Japs occupy Britain's Gibraltar of the East. 123 years in the making, lost in 7 days.
There were more British and Australian troops in Malaya and later Singapore than there were Japanese. But the Japanese simply outfought them at every turn. And of course, Japanese commanders outcommanded them.
For Singapore and for the prisoners of war, a shocking trial was beginning. It was, Churchill said,
the greatest disaster and capitulation in British history.
He wanted them to lose nobly, gallantly, and he's almost heartbroken after the collapse of Singapore. He said, we had so many men. He said they should have done better. And he was unbelievably distressed by the fact not only that the British Army in Malaya didn't show themselves to be heroes, but they didn't even show themselves to be adequate soldiers. They simply crumpled.
The Japanese view was expressed in the diary of one of its soldiers.
I greet 1942, a year of great significance, with a body and mind as clear and clean as an azure sky. In this year, more than any other, we must fulfill the path of the warrior.
That path would be a crooked one. In every occupied territory, the killing of civilians, for little reason or no reason, started at once.
The Japanese have been fighting the Chinese for a decade, and when they conquer Singapore, who do they turn on? They turn on the Chinese population of Singapore. The Suk Ching, the great massacre of the Chinese, is the first big tragedy of the Japanese conquest.
Operation Suk Ching, carried out in Singapore from February 21st to March 4th, targeted 5 categories of Chinese males between the ages of 18 and 50. The selection was often arbitrary. At Jalan Besar, one of the screening centers, men who wore glasses are said to have been selected because they were assumed to be educated.
The Japanese military were immensely powerful and had incredibly racist, denigratory attitudes towards the peoples of East Asia, over which they were gradually annexing territory.
Massacre sites included the beaches at Punggol, Changi, Katong, Tanah Merah, and Blakang Mati, now Sentosa Island. Japan admits the outrage and puts the death toll at 5,000. The Singaporean estimate is between 20,000 and 50,000 killed.
What usually happens in a campaign of violence is that you manage to bind different groups of people together around some common ideological or political program so that you can engage in violence on this scale. But there's no one motive, there's no one mindset.
Within days of completing the conquest of Malaya, Japanese forces struck towards the Dutch East Indies and its prize oil fields. There, the critical engagement was at sea, where the Battle of the Java Sea destroyed an Allied fleet, sailing under the Dutch Admiral Karel Doorman. 10 ships and 2,000 men, including Doorman, were sent to the bottom for the loss of 1 Japanese troop transport. The invaders landed. The fight on land lasted a week. Two months earlier, just 3 hours after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had attacked the British colony of Hong Kong. Following a week of aerial bombardment, Japanese envoys crossed Hong Kong harbor under safe passage with a message for the British governor. Sir Mark Young sent them back with his response.
The governor and commander-in-chief of Hong Kong declines absolutely to enter into negotiations for the surrender of Hong Kong.
It was noble, but it was costly. The following day, under cover of a heavy artillery barrage, Japanese troops landed on Hong Kong Island. In preparing the invasion of Hong Kong, the Japanese commander of the first wave, Colonel Tanaka, told his regiment they were to take no prisoners. They obeyed his order. The colony surrendered in the afternoon, but the atrocities continued. America's presence in the Philippines, it was never called a colony, went back to the 1898 war with Spain. General Douglas MacArthur's father had been its military governor, which is why MacArthur was invited to organize its army. He claimed he had a
tremendously strong offensive and defensive force.
He had 130,000 men in uniform. But 100,000 were Filipinos who were to fight with great courage. But they had been trained in close order drill. They could salute, but not much else.
The Philippines, of course, they knew something was coming, but it was a long time since they'd been at war, and they weren't fully combat-minded until the combat happened.
7.5 hours after Pearl Harbor, the first attack hit Luzon, the largest island in the Philippines. Destroying on the ground 86 of the 160 American aircraft on the island. The main landing on Luzon established 43,110 men of the Japanese 14th Army ashore. MacArthur reported,
"My gallant divisions are holding ground and denying the foe the sacred soil of the Philippines."
It wasn't true. A second landing threatened Manila, which was declared an open city, but the convention was not observed. Filipinos who failed to bow 3 times to Japanese soldiers were hanged in public places. MacArthur left Manila for Corregidor. On January 1st, Allied forces completed their withdrawal to Bataan. On the 22nd, MacArthur ordered withdrawal to the final defensive line, and on the 24th, cabled Washington.
"I intend to fight it out to complete destruction."
But Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to transfer his headquarters to Australia, and on March 11th, he was evacuated by submarine. A poem written in a Japanese POW camp gave voice to the thoughts of some, perhaps not all, of those he commanded. The 9th, Major General King, asking his opposite number,
"Let him go, let him go. We are the braver. Stain his hands with our blood, dye them forever. Recall, O ye kinsmen, how he left us to die, starved and insulted by his infamous lie."
Following a bombing campaign, the final Japanese offensive on Bataan opened on April 3rd. Allied forces surrendered on the 9th. General Major King, asking his opposite number,
"Will our troops be well treated?"
"We are not barbarians."
They were. The 78,000 taken prisoner were to be marched more than 100 kilometers into captivity under the scorching sun, with hardly any food or water. This was the Bataan Death March. Filipino deaths on the march are estimated as high as 18,000. More than 600 of the 12,000 Americans on the death march died. Barely a third of those who survived were alive at the end of the war. 3.5% of the Allied prisoners of Germany died in captivity. The toll for Allied prisoners of the Japanese was almost 10 times that figure. In America, civilians of Japanese heritage were victims of discrimination and unfair treatment. President Roosevelt's Executive Order 9066, aimed, it said, at preventing espionage on American shores, authorized the evacuation of all persons considered a threat from the West Coast to internment camps further inland. The order did not specify any ethnic group, but curfews were announced that applied only to Japanese Americans. Then, on March 29, 1942, under the authority of the executive order, Lieutenant General John L.W. DeWitt issued Public Proclamation No. 4, which began the forced evacuation and detention of West Coast residents of Japanese American ancestry. Those interned were given 48 hours' notice. Unless they were able to dispose of or make arrangements for their property within that time, their homes, businesses, and private belongings were lost forever. Between March and August, around 112,000 people, nearly 70,000 of them born in America, were sent to Army-style barracks. None faced charges of disloyalty, and there was no means by which they could appeal their loss of property and personal liberty. 10 different internment camps were established many miles inland, mostly in desolate locales. In the camps, families with the clothing and possessions they could carry with them lived until the end of the war. But that was 3 years away. On May 5th, just 10 weeks after Roosevelt signed Order 9066, Japanese forces landed on Corregidor after a bombardment of 16,000 shells. On the 6th, General Wainwright sent a cable.
With profound regret and continued pride in my gallant troops, I go to meet the Japanese commander. Goodbye, Mr. President.
He then surrendered his garrison on Mindanao. On the 16th, General William Sharp surrendered the last of the Allied forces and brought the Philippines campaign to an end. Germany had launched its assault on the Soviet Union. At the end of the year, Japan swept across East Asia and the Pacific. In the early months of 1942, the Allies confronted two vast empires that had been created with unimaginable speed. And then, less than 3 weeks after General Sharp's surrender, the US Pacific and Imperial Japanese fleets met at Midway. By the end of 1942, in North Africa, in Russia, in the Pacific, the whole direction of the war had been reversed. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people, for whom for 6 years and 1 day, there was hell on earth. Two great empires have been created in just months. The war enters its 3rd year. There are battlefields in Eastern Europe, in North Africa, and in the Asia-Pacific. Before the year is out, hammer blows will transform the complexion of the war in each of those theaters. Advance will become retreat, and the lives of scores of millions of people will be defined by violence. The Italian invasion of Egypt had started on the 13th of September 1940. The British countered, and by the 20th of that month, no Italian troops were left on Egyptian soil.
For less than 50 hours, advance elements of our mechanized forces ashore had pushed through the Italian positions and cut off the enemy divisions attempting to hold Sidi Barrani. In this preliminary advance on the Western Desert, our forces have been completely successful. The Duce's men, both native and Italian, are on the run.
At the beginning of January 1941, Hitler announced plans to support Italy. And on the 6th of February, he appointed General Erwin Rommel to command the German Libya contingent, which became the Deutsche Afrika Korps.
The leadership qualities of Rommel have always been a subject of great debate and also great myth.
On February 24th, British and German troops clashed in Libya for the first time. On June 15th, Wavell, in command, launched the operation that was hoped would sweep east to west across North Africa. It was called Battle Axe. After 3 days, Wavell cabled his government.
I regret to report the failure of Battle Axe.
Churchill said,
Rommel has torn the new won laurels from Wavell's brow and thrown them in the sand.
Defeat persuaded Churchill to send Wavell to India. Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt, Rommel's aide-de-camp, reported the opposite effect on the Axis.
Everywhere that Rommel went now, the troops beamed at him. He was in the process of becoming a hero.
And what a scoop he was for Dr. Goebbels, who, by lionizing the Marshal, used him to the utmost advantage as a heaven-sent piece of propaganda.
Then on the 21st of January 1942, Rommel attacked. He had 3 German and 7 Italian divisions. Mersa fell to the 21st Panzer Division, with the 15th Panzer on its right, sweeping the British out of Wadi Faraig. Place names often, as Cliff Everton recalled, without associated places.
When you hear the names, you can't visualize what it is. Sit there and say, what would you expect to find there? Nothing. It's just a name.
Rommel pushed northeast of the Gazala line, opening the Battle of the Cauldron at the end of the month. Brigadier Claude Valentin was an early casualty.
I spotted 2 tanks about 1,500 yards ahead. We pulled up and a quick look through glasses made me suspicious of their silhouette. More than ever, as 2 gun flashes from them were followed by a shell arriving about 20 yards away. I halted to collect my thoughts. While doing so, I got Cutler to lug out my bottle of whiskey and we all had a small tot.
Valentin was taken prisoner on June 10th. By the 18th, Rommel had isolated Tobruk.
Rommel wants Tobruk because he wants to be able to bring up his supplies by sea, and it will make his push towards the Egyptian border much easier.
The fall of Tobruk triggered a no-confidence motion against the government in the House of Commons. The member for Kidderminster moved
that this House, while paying tribute to the heroism and endurance of the armed forces of the Crown, has no confidence in the central direction of the war.
Rommel, the celebrity super general, served in some ways as an excuse for the British forces. That why are we getting defeated? It's because we're fighting a Superman, not because our tactics are poor, our equipment's poor, our leadership hasn't quite got its act together.
On July 1st, Rommel resumed his offensive and continued attacking through to the end of the month. A staff officer, Friedrich von Mellenthin, wrote,
"On paper, we seem to have won the Crusader battle, but the price paid was too heavy. The Panzergruppe had been worn down, and it soon became clear that only one course remained, a general retreat from Cyrenaica.
The theater of war grows large, with many players and perhaps many acts before the tragedy's finale.
On the 13th of August, General Bernard Montgomery assumed command of the 8th Army, an event which, according to Jock Watt, who was there, caused more of a stir in the newspapers than in the ranks of the army.
You couldn't care less who was in command. All you wanted to do was leave in Cairo. You lived from day to day. Who was in command of the generals and people? No idea.
On his first day in command, Montgomery confronted Brigadier Freddie de Guingand.
Well, Freddie, my lad, you chaps seem to have got things in a bit of a mess here.
He was a very distinct character. He didn't dress in regulation uniforms. He had a funny accent. He was the type of character that a lot of the troops took to heart almost as a mascot.
Montgomery withstood Churchill's impatience until he was satisfied that the odds were right. And then, on the night of the 23rd, 24th October, opened his offensive with a bombardment by 900 guns.
And of course there were star shells. It was like daylight. There were star shells flying. Oh, a lot of whistling going on, which is bullets going through the air. But you know, you just carry on with it. If you dropped to the ground every time you had a whistling sound, you'd never get up.
I was standing next to Al Pacino was there. And he says, Abby, we're going to win this war.
Private Percy Gratwick had worked around Western Australia as a gold prospector. His letters, addressed to a mate in Port Hedland, have been preserved.
Well, old bean, here I am at last. Very sorry I haven't written before, but you know this life. Similar to bush life regarding writing.
In the heat of battle, he earned the Victoria Cross. An eyewitness reported,
Suddenly, without warning, Percy took out a grenade, climbed to his feet and galloped forward, holding his rifle in his left hand. It was so crazy, and he was so quick, the Jerrys didn't even know what was happening.
Percy Gratwick was killed. A week earlier, he celebrated his 40th birthday. And that was the battle. Thousands of ordinary men fighting for their lives, hundreds or thousands of kilometers from their homes. On October 29th, Rommel wrote to his wife,
I haven't much hope left. It is obvious that from now on the British will destroy us bit by bit.
In terms of the mythology, the great Rommel myth, most of that, bizarrely enough, came from the British side of admiring somebody who beat them continually, particularly in the desert. But the view from the German side was that Rommel was a thoroughly overrated commander and leader, careless of his men's lives, very bad with logistics.
The breakthrough began in the middle of the night of the 1st of November. Success was consolidated the next day, when the 4th Indian and the 51st Highland were sent in against Kidney Hill. Their breakthrough opened the road for the 7th and 10th Armoured, which raced through into open country.
In a strategic sense, from Alamein onwards, the British Commonwealth-American alliance is on the offensive.
Now, Rommel having been compelled to advance over 1,000 miles in the wrong direction, the smiles come from the man who made him do it, General Montgomery.
On the 3rd of November, Rommel received a message from Hitler.
In the situation in which you find yourself, there can be no other thought but to stand fast. As to your troops, you can show them no other road than to victory or death.
Here's one incident that can be multiplied 100 times. A German tank is knocked out, a survivor surrenders, and our boys carry straight through.
13 Corps overran the Italian formations facing it, and the entire Axis line was now falling back as Rommel began his withdrawal along the coast.
One morning we saw a lot of burning going on, and another recce troop was sent forward and came back the signal, oh, it's a general exodus. In other words, the Germans are pulling back.
The pursuit of the beaten enemy continued, and this time there was to be no escape.
By escaping, if only to be pursued all along the North African littoral, Rommel had avoided the total defeat for which Montgomery hoped. But by any assessment, he had suffered a decisive loss, and the Allies, for the first time in the war, could celebrate. This, according to Churchill, who ordered that church bells be rung, was not the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning. Montgomery's army was going west to link up with the Americans.
The ship I got aboard took the first American troops over to Casablanca in North Africa. We didn't know where we were going until 3 days after, out at sea. We were the first American forces going to oppose Hitler and to fight Rommel.
On the 8th of November, the torch landings took place.
As the first grey streaks of daylight spread across the North African sky, they were still going ashore. It is the most encouraging sign of the change of fortune that we have yet been privileged to see.
General Fredendall, a controversial commander who'd never visited the front, pulled his force back to the Kasserine Pass. Rommel assaulted the new position on the 19th, smashing into the Allied lines and compelling US troops to withdraw.
The tank in the background has stalled. Its crew is still using the machine gun.
A soldier admitted,
"We just lost our heads."
The truth was, as RAF Corporal Peter Baxter wrote in his diary,
the Americans merely lack training in battle conditions, and maybe aren't too sure what they're supposed to be fighting the Germans for.
The American response was to make changes, including the immediate removal of Fredendall. Command of 2 Corps passed to Lieutenant General George S. Patton. Allied forces reoccupied the Kasserine Pass on February 25th. The entry of the USA and events in North Africa, and even more on the Eastern Front, were of great significance. The war had changed. As for events in Asia, that was simply a different war.
Conventionally, the army has tended to have more political power than the navy. They've had different strategies, and that is another sort of political schism, which is actually to bedevil the Japanese war effort right through until 1945.
The naval staff pressed for occupation of the southern part of New Guinea. The combined fleet staff, led by Admiral Yamamoto, argued for drawing the American Pacific Fleet into a full-scale engagement. Admiral Yamamoto's argument was strengthened by an action on April 18th that did little damage and took only 50 lives. On that day, 16 specially adapted B-52 bombers took off from the carrier Hornet on a bombing raid over Tokyo. The raid is in the history books in the name of its commander, the Doolittle Raid. The aircraft lacked the range to return to the carrier, so they flew on to land in China. In response, Japan's Chinese Expeditionary Army was ordered to knock out air bases in Chekiang and Kiangsi to prevent their future use by American aircraft. A force of some 140,000 men was mobilized. Between mid-May and the end of August, the Japanese suffered about 1,600 deaths. The Chinese lost about 40,000 dead. But soldiers were not the only victims.
Willingness to give a military essentially abusive free rein over a civilian population did not seem problematic, and it didn't seem that it would threaten Japan's reputation in a modern wartime environment.
A lady known only as Mrs. Chen gave evidence after the war.
A woman gave birth to a baby in the mountains, and, of course, a newborn cries very loudly. If the Japanese soldiers heard and went into the mountains, the young girls of the village would all be raped and murdered. It was really terrible. But we decided to kill the baby.
The factional clash that was dividing the high command in Tokyo was resolved with a fatal face-saving compromise. Both strategies would be adopted. On May the 4th, the Battle of the Coral Sea was initiated when Yorktown launched airstrikes against an invasion fleet bound for Port Moresby, the key to New Guinea and the preferred naval staff strategy.
The Japanese had been victorious in every engagement
up until that time. Nothing had been able to stop them. They were, in effect, being treated as somewhat invincible by Allied troops who had developed the myth that the Japanese couldn't be stopped.
Around 8 in the morning of May 8th, the carrier forces located each other. For the first time, those serving aboard ships in a naval action never saw their opponents.
The thing to bear in mind about the Battle of the Coral Sea was that both admirals were faced with often the requirement to make a split-second decision about when to launch a carrier strike package, in which direction, and so on, really on the base of incomplete information.
The American carrier Lexington was hit and abandoned. The Japanese carrier Shokaku disabled and forced to retire. And the carrier Zuikaku, though undamaged, lost 40% of her air group. American carriers, too, sending their aircraft to the limit of their range, lost heavily. A final message from one American pilot.
Okay, so long, people. Remember, we got a 1,000-pound hit on the flat top.
The Coral Sea, it's said, is a tactical victory for the Japanese, and I think that that's probably accurate, and that they did sink the aircraft carrier Lexington at a time when there were not many aircraft carriers. But the campaign was turned back, so in that sense it was a strategic victory for the Allies.
Coral Sea compelled Japan to abandon plans for an invasion of New Guinea from the sea, and to attempt instead to take control by overland route. Now the moment for Yamamoto's strategy, destruction of the US Navy, had arrived. The action of the combined fleet was expected to neutralize American naval strength in the Pacific and deal with a small Hawaiian outlier that had provided cover for the carriers from which the Doolittle Raiders flew, a place 3,100 kilometers from the nearest continent in any direction, Midway.
The Japanese objective at Midway was to destroy the US Navy. The plan was to entice the US Navy into a trap and destroy it.
Thanks to their codebreakers, led by Commander Joseph Roquefort, the US Navy knew the Imperial Japanese Navy's plan. Admiral Nimitz would later toast Roquefort with the words,
"This officer deserves a major share of the credit for the victory at Midway."
Nimitz nominated Roquefort for the Distinguished Service Order, but internal jealousies conspired to deny him the award until 1985, almost 10 years after the cryptologist's death. Roquefort liked to say,
"We can accomplish anything, provided no one cares who gets the credit."
The Battle of Midway opened on June 4th, when aircraft from Admiral Nagumo's 1st Striking Force attacked aircraft and installations on Midway itself. When the aircraft returned to the carriers, the Admiral decided to re-equip them with bombs rather than torpedoes and launch a second attack on the island. The carriers were dispersed. Their fighter cover was operating at low altitude, and flight decks were crowded with rearming and refueling aircraft. At 10:20, Admiral Nagumo gave the order to launch when ready. Within 5 minutes, they would launch, and the Admiral would stand on the brink of a great victory. But they were, instead, 5 minutes that decisively changed the course of the battle and the war. In 5 minutes, Commander Wade McCluskey of the USS Enterprise's Bombing 6 Squadron led his 37 Dauntless dive bombers in from 14,500 feet in a 70-degree dive at 280 knots. The carrier Alongi was the first hit, then Kanga, last Sorgu, when Yorktown's dive bombers joined the assault.
The Japanese lost 4 of their first-line aircraft carriers, probably 4 of their 6 best, with all of their planes. And given the size of the Japanese economy, they were not able to replace those losses.
The heart of the Japanese naval strike force was sunk by 10 bombs. This was not, in terms of human life, a terrible battle. In terms of influence on history, it was the front rank.
What it did do was it shifted Allied thinking from defensive thinking to offensive thinking.
The news of Midway was passed to Prime Minister Tojo in typically obtuse language. General Moritake Tanabe told him,
"The Navy has made a great mistake."
Admiral Nobutake admitted,
"Our forces suffered a reverse so decisive that details of it were kept a secret."
One Japanese naval captain, wounded in battle, said,
"I could not communicate with the world. All the wounded from Midway were treated like this. It was like being a prisoner of war among your own people."
In 1943 and 44, Japanese shipyards completed a total of 7 new carriers. American shipyards launched 90, and the 200 elite pilots Japan lost were irreplaceable. What mattered most about Midway was not that it was a victory, but that it was a battle with irreversible consequences.
And aircraft carriers with the ability to launch air power became the dominant force in naval warfare.
The empire that Japan had so rapidly expanded was vast. But it was mainly ocean, and after Midway, the Pacific would increasingly be an American sea. On land, Japanese control would be surrendered slowly and painfully and brutally. On February 1st, 1942, with fighting continuing in Singapore, the Philippines, the East Indies, 10 Australian prisoners of war who had surrendered to the Japanese were bayoneted to death on Ambona Island. Max Gilbert was amongst the Australians taken prisoner.
We were, to coin a phrase, lambs sent to the slaughter, because there were only about 1,100 of us, and there would have been only about that many Dutch-led Ambonese soldiers, so the action was very, very brief. And come the end of January, early February, the Dutch capitulated, and that's when I became a prisoner of war. Up till that time, I had not seen a Japanese soldier.
On February 4th, a further 30 Australian prisoners of war were bayoneted to death or decapitated. In charge of the killing, Lieutenant Nakagawa said,
"They were taken one by one to the spot where they were to die and made to kneel down with a bandage over their eye. Men stepped out of the ranks one by one as his turn came to behead a prisoner with a sword or stab him through the breast with a bayonet."
The next day, a further 30 Australian and Dutch prisoners of war were similarly killed. It went on and on. General Thomas Blamey, commanding Australian troops, was a World War I veteran. He said,
"Fighting Japs is not like fighting normal human beings. We are not dealing with humans as we know them."
Every history of the Second World War catalogues such cruelties. This was a war in which non-combatant deaths far outnumbered those who fought in uniform, victims of violence away from any battlefield. In Europe on February 4th, the day that Lieutenant Nakagawa supervised the murder of his prisoners, the 100 Jews of Rakov near Minsk were killed. The first transport, sent from Łódź to the extermination camp at Chełmno, contained Roma. It had departed on January 2nd. Abram Goldberg was an eyewitness.
They fenced off a square block where they put them. It was with extra barbed wire, with a ditch 2 meters deep, 2 meter wide, and those gypsies were the first to be deported to the death camp at Chełmno.
By January 9th, nearly 4,500 Roma had been gassed and buried in the surrounding forests. On the 16th, the first Jews were prodded into the gas vans.
So yes, there was knowledge, but this did not translate into action or a rejection of the regime because it simply was not important enough at that time.
On January 20th, experts met to formulate a plan for solving the problem of what the meeting calculated to be Europe's 11 million Jews. Held in the leafy Berlin suburb of Wannsee, just over half of those in attendance had doctorates. Adolf Eichmann, one of the main organizers of the mundane logistics of genocide, said,
"The talk was of killing, elimination, and annihilation."
In mid-March 1942, almost 3/4 of those who perished in the Holocaust were still alive. 11 months later, the same proportion were dead. Abraham Lewin wrote in his Warsaw Ghetto diary,
"The turmoil and terror is appalling. Mothers lose their children. A week-old woman is carried. The rabbi from 17 Zielna Street has been seized. Children walking in the street are seized."
The reasonable question that everybody can ask is, how is it possible that these people, Germans of moral character, could carry out hideous crimes without seeing? Can't you just see that they're people? Can't you see the tears in their eyes?
Moshe Fishman was amongst those manhandled onto wagons.
We had to line up in queues. I was pushed to one side. The sisters, maybe because they were holding on to dead. Who wouldn't?
When Abraham Lewin's wife was taken, he wrote,
"Eclipse of the sun, universal blackness. My Luba was taken away."
We can't even estimate closely to how many people actually survive in Poland. But what's very important to say is that those who survive, survive with the hope of Poles.
On July 22nd, 1942, the gas chambers at Treblinka having been completed, deportations began from the Warsaw Ghetto.
They were shooting into the crowd, to hurry them out. Took them to the railway siding and they crammed them into the cattle trucks. 80 to 100 people, standing room only, no food, no water, no toilet, nothing. Where were they going? We didn't know. Where could they take the people? Where could they take children?
Using this rail network, which they ran with enormous efficiency, they transported Jews from every corner of Europe, and they ran those lines to the network of death camps that they operated.
The ghetto poet, Vladislav Schlengel, wrote of the fake station at Treblinka.
There is no cashier, no baggage man. Not for $1 million will you get a return ticket. No one is waiting on the station. No one waves a handkerchief. Only a silence hangs.
I think there really is a lot of evidence, but someone who does not want to be convinced, you can't convince him. If he believes in alternate facts, then how to convince him?
Does war bring out the worst people or the worst in people? Young American Marines on Guadalcanal beheaded 3 Japanese prisoners of war and put their heads on poles. Their commander told them they were behaving like animals. And one of them answered,
"That's right, Colonel, we are animals. We live like animals. We eat and are treated like animals. What do you expect?"
An archipelago of almost 1,000 islands, the Solomon Islands is critically positioned off the eastern cape of Australia. The Japanese called the main island Guararukararu. The Americans called it Cactus. It was Guadalcanal.
Guadalcanal was the first true Japanese disaster of the war. If the Japanese had really been paying attention, if their commanders had really been thinking strategically, they would have garrisoned Guadalcanal effectively before the Americans got there.
Japanese troops landed in April 1942 as part of their sweep through the Western Pacific. On July 5th, intelligence was received that ensured Cactus a place in the story of the war, and particularly in the history of the US Marine Corps. The Japanese were observed to be building an air base.
And from that airfield, they based aircraft which could range over all of the Solomon Islands and further south, over the Coral Sea.
Don McFarlane, an Australian planter of coconuts and rubber on Guadalcanal, had escaped to the interior and become one of the coast watchers. Hidden in the jungle, he radioed on August 6, 1942.
Runway in position. Gravel and clay, not cement. Stop. Troops, half Labor Corps.
Admiral William Halsey of the U.S. Navy paid the highest praise to the Coast Watchers. He said that the Coast Watchers saved Guadalcanal, and Guadalcanal saved the South Pacific.
Through rough, almost uncharted waters, cruisers and destroyers of the Pacific Fleet blast the way for the invasion force of the United States Marines.
On August 7th, American forces landed on Guadalcanal. It was the first landing by American forces in the Pacific, and the first of a series of island names to be indelibly inscribed in American history. The landing met little opposition. The first American casualty was a Marine who cut his hand trying to slice open a coconut. The Japanese force established on Guadalcanal numbered 2,200, mainly construction workers. They were taken completely by surprise and withdrew to the mountains.
They named Henderson Airfield after a Marine pilot who'd been killed at the Battle of Midway. And they occupied that on the 8th.
Smoking shorelines testified to American success in chasing the Jap from a vital stepping stone to Australia.
The night after the initial landing, a Japanese naval task force of 7 cruisers and a destroyer caught an Allied force steaming through the 15-kilometer-wide channel between Guadalcanal and Savo Island, sinking the American and Australian cruisers with a loss of 1,270 Allied seamen and 34 Japanese dead. Following the Battle of Savo Island, the US Navy withdrew, leaving the Marines on Guadalcanal without support.
They shipped me off to Guadalcanal, 1942. Then they shipped me to another island, Rendova. We hit that island July the 2nd, and my captain says, we're going to be in for a nice July 4th vacation. He set up 4 guns. And sure as shooting, the Japs try to take back the island.
And the Marines, after successful invasion, hold tight to their gains despite counterattacks by the Japs.
On August 18th, the Japanese landed reinforcements on Guadalcanal.
I recall reading one account where a Marine approaching the island is taken aback by the lushness of it and the Edenic qualities of what the island looked like from the sea. But then as he left, he only could describe it as a green hell.
A Japanese document declared,
"Success or failure in recapturing Guadalcanal is the fork in the road which leads to victory."
The first Japanese counterattack went in on August 21st. They attacked at night because they believed that Americans, being effeminate, would not like fighting at night. 1,000 attacked, and as often is the case in the heat of battle, the details of what followed are disputed, but not the outcome. American losses were small. Japanese losses were immense, and their commander, Colonel Ichiki, was either killed or killed himself. That the battle is an American victory is not disputed. Marine William Heggie wrote in his diary,
Radio reports claim that Friday's battle was history's greatest slaughter.
One of the songs sung by the Japanese army as it went to war had this verse.
Across the sea, corpses in the water. Across the mountain, corpses heaped upon the field. I shall die only for the Emperor. I shall never look back.
On December 1st, 1942, General Hideki Tojo, recently appointed Japanese Prime Minister, declared,
Our empire stands at the threshold of glory or oblivion.
The battle for Guadalcanal continued until the final Japanese evacuation at the beginning of February. By that time, 1,600 Americans had been killed, and as many as 32,000 Japanese lost to military action or disease.
75% of the Japanese losses were to non-battle casualties. The US 1st Marine Division had over 10,000 casualties. Of those, something like 1,500 were battle casualties. The rest were health-related.
No one could guess how long, how bitter and bloody was the road that yet lay before them. The road to Tokyo.
The Battle of the Coral Sea had frustrated Japanese plans to take Port Moresby in an amphibious landing.
Port Moresby is important because the Japanese want it so that they can cement their southern defensive arc and also use that position to then harass the northern Australian cities and try and sever the link between Australia and the US.
The alternative to an amphibious landing was to cross the Owen Stanley Range and fall on the New Guinea capital from the rear.
The terrain itself is key, and in many ways it's what defines the Fighting Kokoda, the formidable Owen Stanley Range.
The terrain was simply described by an Australian officer.
Ridge after ridge, Ridge after ridge, heartbreaking.
There was an airfield at Buna, and General Douglas MacArthur, commanding the Western Pacific Theatre, decided he would need it for future operations. In July, a small Australian force was sent from Moresby to trek overland to Buna, along a track that took its name from a small village around the halfway point, Kokoda.
This is not a great war of movement. It's not a war of mechanisation. There's not big trucks and lorries going along the Kokoda Trail to resupply the soldiers. Things are carried up by men.
A Japanese force of 2,000 under Colonel Yosuke Yokoyama had landed at Gona on July 21st and was trekking towards the unsuspecting and heavily outnumbered Australians.
From Kokoda on the north, they planned to use exactly the same tactics as they did successfully in Malaya. The troops had bicycles and they would go along the track. The Japanese completely misread the terrain.
On July 23rd, first contact was made. An Australian unit diary reported,
Lieutenant Colonel Owen, after the destruction of all possible stores, material and buildings at Kokoda, withdrew with all troops.
It was the beginning of a fighting withdrawal down the track towards Moresby. Towards the end of September, coming under pressure from relatively fresh troops, the Japanese began their own fighting withdrawal.
The rain was coming down, and there was a long string of dog-tired men straining to get wounded men down.
The Japanese could not expect relief. An attempted landing at Milne Bay had been repulsed. The first time an attempted Japanese amphibious landing had been turned back.
They would come and set up a machine gun alongside of a tree. As fast as one would get killed there, another would take his place. They would do that for a number of hours. You had to think of somebody's son, somebody's father, or somebody's husband.
On January 2nd, 1943, Buna fell to the Allies.
There are tired men here in these heroes of Buna. They've seen death, yet still smile. But they know against the Jap, we have not yet begun.
As the Asia-Pacific War was being fought on sea and across some of the most difficult and hostile land, Hitler's summer offensive for 1942, Case Blue, his army swollen by more than 40 new divisions, had driven deep into Russian territory.
In 1942, as the weather improves, as the roads dry out, as the steppe is firm, the Germans embark on a massive offensive.
The story of Eastern Europe during the months of Midway, of Guadalcanal and Kokoda, is the story of a smashing German offensive that comes unstuck and finally turns the tide of the war. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. Hitler imagined sealing his empire along the AA line.
Anyone caught of the line he planned, which ran from Archangel in the north on the White Sea to Astrakhan in the south on the Caspian Sea, would be enslaved. A lot of people would be exterminated.
When the good weather returned in the spring of 1942, Hitler would renew the offensive that had floundered in the suburbs of Moscow and drive for the AA line, for the Caucasus, for Stalingrad. In the spring of 1942, the Axis controlled over a third of the population and mineral resources of the world. But the war was not over.
In order to understand 1942, we need to understand that in 1941, the Germans had failed to defeat the Soviet Union.
There were 51 German divisions across Europe, and a further 167 on the Eastern Front. They included various Axis partners and sympathizers. 21 non-German divisions swelled the army for Fallblau.
How do you achieve in 1942 with less resources what you didn't achieve in 1941? And Hitler's solution is economic. He sees Operation Blue, so the German summer offensive for 1942, as seizing vital raw materials in southern part of Russia, predominantly oil.
For Barbarossa, Italy had contributed 62,000 men. For Operation Blue, Mussolini increased this to 230,000, placed between the Hungarian 2nd and Romanian 3rd armies to stop those allies from fighting each other. The main offensive would be carried by von Bock's Army Group South. The prize would be the Caucasus. And the jewel in that particular crown was oil.
If you look at the distances that Operation Blue is going to have to traverse, it is 500 kilometers from the starting point in the eastern Ukraine all the way to Stalingrad. Stalingrad is only the gateway to the Caucasus. The distance from Stalingrad into the Caucasus is another 300 kilometers.
In a preliminary action, von Manstein's 11th Army attacked in the Crimea. 4 days later, the Russians launched their own offensive. Timoshenko, commanding the Southwest Theater, exploiting the salient that had been created south of Kharkov. Germany had plans to nip out the salient. The Russians beat them to it by 6 days.
The Russians launched a preemptive strike, which was a disaster.
When von Kleist attacked with 15 divisions and von Paulus brought the 6th Army in on the flank, they trapped the Soviet forces in the pocket they had tried to exploit. Only 22,000 Soviet troops managed to escape the encirclement, and the main German offensive began.
The Germans did not have the resources for a whole front offensive in the second year. So in the summer, they had resolved to strike in the south.
Blue 1, the attack on Voronezh, was to initiate a cascade of conquest. By July 7th, Voronezh had fallen. Blue 2 would strike towards Rostov. The Red Army in the south collapsed. Axis formations flooded the area. The confidence this generated encouraged Hitler to divide his forces. On July 23rd, issuing the directive that Chief of Staff General Halder in his diary termed
both ludicrous and dangerous.
Hitler had several talents which made him a successful leader. One, of course, was this complete self-belief, which basically would carry him through everything. I think one should always be very frightened of people who are completely self-taught. Autodidacts with obsessive ideas are extremely dangerous. Mussolini was another one. And still was Stalin.
Halder wrote,
"The chronic tendency to underrate enemy capabilities is gradually assuming grotesque proportions."
Half the army would head south to the Caucasus oil fields and would really take away Russia's ability to drive its industry and to fuel its vehicles.
From his new HQ, Werewolf in Vinnytsia, an ill-chosen site with heat, humidity, and swarming mosquitoes, the Führer committed the newly divided force to an advance on divergent axes. Army Group A along the Black Sea coast, aiming for the crucial oil cities of Maikop, Grozny, and Baku. Within 12 days, Group A had advanced more than 550 kilometers. Hitler ordered Army Group B to advance on Stalingrad.
That hub was a Volga River port we have come to know well, Stalingrad, the pride of this generation of Russians, for it was their city, built in their time.
Von Kleist's 1st Panzer Army reached the oil fields at Maikop on August 9th. On the following day, von Paulus crossed the Don, reaching the outskirts of Stalingrad and opening his assault on August 19th. When the assault on Stalingrad began, anti-aircraft guns had been entrenched for use on advancing tanks. The gun crews were almost all young women, and they were almost all killed. 1.5 million Soviet women served in the armed forces, around 490,000 in frontline roles, where they were granted one benefit not available to their male comrades: an additional 100 grams of soap.
They dropped more than 1,000 tons of bombs on the city. In the city at the same time, there were around 400,000 people, and during the first week, 40,000 died.
Stalin's order number 227 simply demanded not a step back. It ordered,
panic makers and cowards must be liquidated on the spot.
To many of Western people, they will tell you because it was totalitarian system, because everybody was afraid, because everybody had the soldier with a gun. But you know that in the reality it's impossible. You cannot find such number of people to shoot their own compatriots.
13,000 Soviet soldiers were executed for desertion or cowardice during the Stalingrad campaign. Forced to strip before being shot, so that their uniforms, destined for reuse, should not have demoralizing bullet holes.
There is one thing we should say about Stalin's style of administration, style of governing. He was ruthless.
Stalin reopened the churches. For the first time since the revolution, officers were to be addressed by rank. A large order from the USSR was received in Great Britain for gold braid. It was, Stalin said,
not just decoration, but also about order and discipline.
So as the war went on, Stalin gave more space to his leaders and became better. Hitler did the opposite.
On August 23rd, the Germans reached Stalingrad's northernmost suburb. On the outskirts, they found a hospital for mentally handicapped children. Ordinary soldiers of the Wehrmacht shot all of the 10 to 14-year-old patients.
So clearly, the German soldiers went into the campaign with a certain mindset of anything goes.
On August 27th, Stalin, the Supreme Commander, appointed General Georgy Zhukov, the 42-year-old son of a shoemaker, Deputy Supreme Commander, and sent him to Stalingrad. Lev Kazevich was one of the soldiers sent under his command.
Доехали до Камышина на поезде. Дальше пути были все разрушены. И от Камышина до Сталинграда тоже шли пешком. Это примерно 100 километров. Причем двигались только ночью. Это был август месяц 42-го года. Двигались ночью, днем немцы бомбили всякое движение.
On August 31st, following a conference at Hitler's headquarters, General Halder noted,
the Führer has ordered that upon penetration into the city, the entire male population be eliminated. Since Stalingrad, with its 1 million uniformly communist inhabitants, is extremely dangerous.
The women, Halder continued, must be shipped off. He did not say where to. Willy Peter Rees, a bank employee from Duisburg, served on the Eastern Front, was wounded twice, and wrote prose and poems. In 1942, he wrote,
murdered the Jews, marched into Russia as a roaring horde, sabred in blood, led by a clown. We are his envoys.
On September 11th, von Paulus, commanding the 6th Army, was at the Werwolf in Vinnytsia to brief Hitler on his plan to take Stalingrad. The attack went in at 6:30 on September 14th. At noon, Axis troops had reached the city center. The main railway station had changed hands 5 times. Over the next 3 days, it changed hands 13 more times.
A large part of the 6th Army and the supporting Panzer Army are in Stalingrad itself. The Russians there are fighting tenaciously a defensive war.
October 11th was a pause, as the Germans drew back and prepared for the final assault, which came on the 14th. 300 tanks led the charge into the acres of ruins. Journalist Vasily Grossman recorded the sounds of the battle.
Action stations, get ready, comrades. Tommy gunners coming through on the left flank.
The defenders held. Door to door, room by room. The Germans called it Rattenkreig, Rat War.
Although Stalingrad is in ruins, the city has obeyed the order to hold out at all costs. Hitler's main strength has been concentrated here, but the Russians have fought for every yard.
And the biggest mistake was to allocate panzers and so many troops into the city itself. They were actually responding to a Russian campaign of defence. That was the mistake. They didn't even need to be in the city.
We have to mention the bravery of the Soviet soldier, of the Red Army, because unfortunately, Soviets have no idea how to think about the soldiers. They thought that, well, Russia is very big, we have a lot of women, and they will born a lot of soldiers. Soviet officers have no idea how to survive these soldiers. So they just send them in the massacre.
The assault paused on the 15th and resumed on the 18th. On the 21st, Field Marshal Keitel said,
"The Führer is convinced the Russians are collapsing."
The Germans were trying to obliterate the city, and of course that creates rubble. And as other battles in World War II demonstrated, where you've got rubble, you've got a problem for attacking troops, particularly if they rely on armour, and a natural protection for the defending troops.
On November 8th, commemorating his failed beer hall coup and speaking of Stalingrad, Hitler told his supporters,
"That is what I wanted to capture. And do you know, we got it. There are only a few more tiny pockets left."
On the 11th, the German offensive reached the banks of the Volga on a 500-meter front. Ice was drifting in the river, and the Soviet reserve, of which the Germans were unaware, was over 1 million men, with 979 tanks, 14,000 guns, and 1,350 aircraft.
Все это делалось в большой тайне от немцев. Немцы так и не почувствовали, что приближается момент, когда немецкая армия будет окружена. И, наконец, 19 ноября 1942 года.
У нас под Сталинградом морозы были до 50 градусов. Представляете, это вот такой декабрь, там вот это, к январю уже двигалось. 50 градусов. Палатки. А нам-то в танках мы моторы не глушили. Так что нам от мотора даже было тепло, а потом мы через выхлопную трубу так, рукав откроешь, тебя это немножко обогревались вот таким способом.
On the morning of November 19th, ever after known in Russia as Artillery Day, the earth shook almost 50 kilometers from the bombardment as 13,541 Soviet guns opened Operation Uranus in thick fog and driving snow.
Вот наша артиллерия заговорила и в течение 30 минут долбила по немецким позициям.
Стоял такой грохот, который мы еще не слышали во время боевых действий до того. Залп дали «Катюши». Обнимались, радовались. У некоторых слезы радости были буквально. Наконец-то мы не будем отступать, понимаете? Да, но мы продвигались и продвигались вперед.
Within 24 hours, 65,000 of the targeted Romanian troops were prisoners.
What the Russians were able to do at that point is strike at the weak link in the German chain, which were the supporting armies, the Hungarians and the Romanians, on either side of the Sixth Army.
On the 20th, a second assault began south of the city. Encirclement was clearly intended, and to avoid this, von Paulus, on the 21st, proposed withdrawing towards the Don. Hitler's response, issued from Berchtesgaden the same day, was an order to stand firm. The Sixth Army, the largest formation in the Wehrmacht, was trapped in the Stalingrad Kessel, 55 kilometers by 30. On the 22nd, encirclement was completed. Von Paulus sought permission to break out, but Hitler refused.
We must not give it up now under any circumstances. We won't win it back again.
Arthur Schmidt, Chief of Staff of the Sixth Army, offered a feeble assurance to his beleaguered troops.
Just hold out. The Führer will get us out.
In Stalingrad, life became increasingly difficult. Many German soldiers died, not only due to the fighting, but also because of the extreme cold, because of lack of food, lack of provisions. So it became an ordeal.
On December 12th, the Germans launched Winter Storm, an attempt to break through to Stalingrad. The operation made good progress for 2 days. Meanwhile, northwest of Stalingrad, the whole of the Italian 8th Army and most of the Romanian 3rd had been wiped out.
Romanians were fighting for their territories, but the Italians, they were fighting for nothing. They were brought here in order to help Germans conquer this country. From their paradise, yes, from Italy, they were brought to the snow. It was a kind of tragedy for them.
On the 19th, Winter Storm, having got to just over 60 kilometers from Stalingrad, was checked. And on the 20th, Hitler accepted that von Paulus could neither escape nor be rescued. 300 flights a day were needed to supply the trapped Sixth Army, with fighter aircraft transferred to defend the Reich against the Allied bombing campaign, and transports sent to North Africa. Fewer than 30 were achieved.
The army needed 700 tons of cargo every day, at least 500. And not even half of that would be food. It would be everything, ammunition, everything. What they were getting, though, was 85 tons per day.
On January 8th, Rokossovsky sent an ultimatum. Von Paulus contacted Berlin.
Request immediate permission to surrender in order to save lives of remaining troops.
Ordered by Hitler to fight to the last man and the last bullet, von Paulus rejected the ultimatum. The following day, Rokossovsky issued the order.
Rokossovsky was intelligent and well-educated, and I think his methods of war were more effective.
On January 10th, Operation Ring launched 280,000 troops, and 250 tanks in a final assault on the Kessel. On the 22nd, Paulus radioed,
"Supplies all gone. What orders should I give to troops that have no more ammunition?"
On January 24th, the Red Army overran von Paulus's last airfield and his last hope of supply. On the 30th, in a radio broadcast, Goebbels said,
"1,000 years hence, every German will speak with awe of Stalingrad and remember that it was there that Germany put the seal on her victory."
They turn it into a martyr's cause, as it were, to try and hide the reality of this shattering defeat of the Sixth Army. Everybody knew it was a turning point.
Потому что все время грохот, пулеметные очереди, рвутся снаряды, а тут тишина. Мы завершили, наступила абсолютная тишина. Даже как-то непривычно было.
Because no German field marshal had ever surrendered his command, Hitler promoted von Paulus. The field marshal's baton was dropped by air. The next day, the field marshal surrendered his command. Hitler called it
an about-face on the threshold of immortality.
Von Paulus took a different view.
"I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal."
Stalingrad was the last time they fought on equal terms. After Stalingrad, the ratio was 2-1 against the Germans. So they never retrieved the balance of forces that required on the Eastern Front.
There are a bit of a conflicting numbers of how many Germans ended up in the Soviet captivity. 91,000, 98,000, 101,000, 102. But we know for sure that by 1955, when the last ex-soldiers of the Sixth Army were released from the Soviet captivity and went back home to Germany, only around 6,000 made it.
German state radio played the Adagio from Bruckner's 7th Symphony in memory of a lost army. In 1945, it would be played again, following the announcement of Hitler's death. After Stalingrad, the Axis still controlled more than 2,200,000 square kilometers of the USSR and ruled over the 65 million people who lived there. It would take a further 18 months of fighting before the invaders were expelled.
Stalingrad, while a great victory for the Red Army, it still has the German armies deep inside the Soviet Union. And the idea that the Red Army is one day going to push them all the way back to Berlin still seems like a long, distant prospect.
Stalingrad is the moment in which people on the German home front, in a critical mass, start to blame Hitler personally for negative developments in the war. They don't blame other members of the Nazi hierarchy. They don't blame other circumstances. They start to point the finger at Hitler himself as the author of this disaster.
But the disaster that most threatened morale in the Reich was not events in faraway Stalingrad. It was that their own cities were being destroyed. At the start of the war, it had been hoped that bombing would be conducted according to strict rules. But on August 24th, 1940, an off-course Heinkel bomber dropped its bombs in error on an unintended target. They were the first bombs to fall on London. Winston Churchill, convinced that it had been a deliberate attack, ordered Berlin to be bombed. Arthur Harris was head of RAF Bomber Command.
Winston's attitude to bombing was anything to put up a show.
Churchill championed.
An absolutely devastating, exterminating attack by heavy bombers upon the Nazi homeland.
Studies done by the British military for the British government and by the Home Office suggested that if the bombers started coming over the main centers of population, society would break down. People would panic.
We are in a position to carry into Germany many times the tonnage of high explosives which he can send here. And this proportion will increase all the summer, all the autumn, all the winter, all the spring, and so on, till the end.
Pre-war British projections anticipated a casualty rate of 50 casualties per ton of bombs dropped. In the event, the death toll for the London Blitz was 1 per ton, and the overall death toll in Germany was half that.
For a large number of bombing theorists, there was this expectation that air power was a totally new technology that was going to revolutionize the nature of warfare.
But accurate bomb aiming, pinpointing such targets as factories and rail junctions, was beyond current competence.
It's quite ironic, really, because Britain, who has managed to defeat a German bombing campaign through a very well-integrated air defense network, wanders off quite naively to try and attack German industry.
The Butt Report, analysing the effectiveness of Bomber Command's actions in the summer of 1941, found that only 1 in 4 bombers had dropped their loads within 8 kilometres of their targets. On nights when there was no moon, it was 1 in 20. A new strategy, reflecting the technical limitations, would be adopted. Cities were large targets, difficult to miss. The new strategy was called area bombing. Area bombing became policy following the directive of February 12, 1942, and to deliver it, Arthur Harris, one of the most controversial of Allied commanders, was appointed on the 22nd.
War is a race, and the prize is victory.
Harris's job was defined in the area bombing directive.
To focus attacks on the morale of the enemy's civil population, and in particular, industrial workers.
Harris was, until the very end of the war, unshakable in his belief that bombing would bring Germany to her knees, that the disruption to industry and the effect on civilian morale, victims of what was euphemistically called dehousing, would hasten the end of the war.
The civil population of Germany have, however, an easy way to escape from these severities. All they have to do is to leave the cities, abandon their work, and go out into the fields and watch their home fires burning from a distance.
In 1942, area bombing absorbed 1/3 of Britain's military expenditure and 1/3 of national output. Largely the production of heavy bombers.
There is a received wisdom that the Allied bombing only strengthened German resolve.
Germany had a first taste of what she had tried to give England, saturation bombing.
I actually find this hard to believe. I've read so many accounts written by Germans who experienced the bombing. I think it was a nightmare that is really difficult for us to imagine.
The Allied Air raids increasingly shaped everyday lives of ordinary Germans, particularly from 1942 onwards. Because after 1942, the number of air raids and the intensity of bombing
Essen was first attacked on the night of the 9th of March. And then, on March 28th, 29th, the RAF attacked Lübeck. 234 aircraft attacked. 13 were lost. Lübeck was virtually lost. Lübeck was a port where engines for U-boats were manufactured. It was also an historical, medieval, beautiful city, and it was laid waste.
And some of the targets, I'm sure, were picked at the last minute. We bombed a little tiny town on Christmas Day that they thought might have ammunition being stored there. It was a shame to bomb it.
Germany responded to raids on their historic towns by targeting similarly historic British cities, the so-called Baedeker raids. Harris's escalation in response to Baedeker was the first 1,000-bomber raid, to which he committed his entire front line and all of his reserves. That raid targeted Cologne. The operational order was succinct.
Object: to destroy the city of Cologne.
If you individually succeed, you will have delivered the most devastating blow against the very vitals of the enemy. Let him have it right on the chin.
Never seen so many aircraft in the air before in my life. I looked down over the target, nothing but a sea of fire.
At the start of the war, the population of Cologne was 750,000. By the end, it had fallen to 40,000. Barely 2 days after Cologne, an equally massive raid hit Essen, and at the end of June, Bremen was the target.
And I can remember seeing the sky just filled with airplanes. It was really quite a sight. How effective it was, I don't know.
On the night of July 24th, 25th, 1943, a massive raid hit Hamburg. It was Operation Gomorrah. The devastation of Hamburg consumed an area 100 times greater than the devastation in Cologne. Lieutenant Hermann Bock was in command of a flak battery. He saw
a sky so absolutely hellish that it is impossible to even try to describe it. No noise heard by humans could be heard. It was like the end of the world.
There are morale reports saying that soldiers think, well, here we are fighting against overwhelming odds at the front, and back home our wife and kids are being bombed out of house and home.
A 15-year-old girl remembered.
Mother wrapped me in wet sheets, kissed me and said, "Run."
But for most of those flying the missions, there was no doubt.
It was never a question of we shouldn't be here, we shouldn't be doing this, never.
The raid on Hamburg destroyed 22 square kilometers, creating almost 43 million cubic meters of rubble, on which people wrote messages in chalk.
Wir leben, Hilda. Wo bist du? We are alive, Hilda. Where are you?
The death toll over 4 nights was at least 42,000. 31,647 corpses were recovered. RAF losses were 87 out of 3,095 sorties, and the United States Army Air Force, in 2 daytime raids, 39 out of 337. Lord Casey watched a film of the devastation of Hamburg with Winston Churchill.
All of a sudden, Churchill gives a start and he says to me, "Are we animals? Are we taking this too far?"
The British Bombing Survey Unit concluded that even the mounting toll of casualties failed to break the hold with which the Nazi Party had over the German population. But following the raid on Hamburg, Albert Speer said,
"The depression among the population was extraordinary."
It was perfectly obvious to the German population and to those serving in the German armed forces that the tide of war was turning against them.
In Japan, the devastation caused by bombing was greater than in Germany because, as Time magazine observed,
"Properly kindled, Japanese cities will burn like autumn leaves."
the end of the war in Europe would allow the Allies to throw all of their resources at Japan. Spearheaded by the B-29 Superfortress, a weapon more expensive to develop and deploy than the atom bomb.
The monster flying machines roared down the runways and took to the air. 300 of them in all zoomed up into the skies on their mission of destruction. Rendezvousing overhead, they pointed their slim needle fuselages toward the Japanese mainland.
In the firebomb raid on Tokyo on March 9, 1945, 334 B-29s dropped 1,665 tons of mainly incendiary bombs, which incinerated homes made from paper and wood. More than 41 square kilometers of Tokyo burned. Officials estimated the death toll at 130,000. The number has been queried and revised, but remains the greatest loss of life from a single event in the whole war.
The great fire raids consumed Japan. 66 cities are swept by hurricanes of flame.
More than 250,000 buildings were destroyed, and more than 1 million people made homeless.
The majority of the damage was done by incendiaries, and something like 3/4 of the city is estimated to have been wiped out.
After the raid, Tokyo looked, according to Major Shoji Takahashi, like
the biggest and most devastated battlefield one could imagine.
Bombing sent 8 million refugees on the road. 66 Japanese cities and towns were hit. By the summer, the B-29 fleet had reached 600 aircraft, but it was running out of targets.
And things really are, in Japanese cities, really teetering on the edge. People start dying of diseases which are made worse by malnutrition, and the old and the young are affected by starvation.
The morality of area bombing over Japan and in Germany continues to be debated. Its targeting of civilian populations without regard to age or gender has led to comparisons with the slaughter of the Holocaust. Bombing was used by all sides because all sides believed that area bombing could and would be a war-winning weapon. And when the war stopped, the bombing stopped. But if victory had gone to the Axis powers, the destruction of people on the basis of race and religion would have continued. In the end, it's not the flattening of a city or winning of a battle that settles a war. Policy, The grand strategy ultimately determined the outcome of the war, and in every capital except Tokyo, it was not in the hands of the generals and the admirals. The decision makers were the political leaders. At the beginning of 1943, a sequence of conferences began that would shape the war and the peace that would follow it. The first conference at Casablanca between Churchill and Roosevelt was in January.
They discussed our offensive strategy for this year, in which it's intended to hit the enemy smashing blows on new fronts.
Briefing the press after the conference, Roosevelt said,
"Peace can come to the world only by the total elimination of German and Japanese war power."
Roosevelt's statement ended any chance of a negotiated peace. By the time the conference caravan had moved to Cairo, Allied troops were fighting on European soil. On July 10th, Allied forces in North Africa had launched their invasion of Sicily. Operation Husky put 115,000 British and 66,000 American troops ashore to face a garrison of 315,000 Italians and 50,000 Germans. After a month of bitter fighting, 60,000 Italians and 40,000 Germans successfully evacuated to the mainland. Unlike Dunkirk, the Germans succeeded in preserving their equipment and took more than 9,000 vehicles and all their heavy weapons with them. The conference caravan moved on to Tehran, the first meeting of the Big Three, and the first time that Joseph Stalin had traveled abroad.
A terrific conference, planning to make certain of the destruction of the German forces in the shortest possible time. And these are some of the men carrying responsibility for that most desirable objective.
Tehran is interesting, too, because it really shows the extent to which Roosevelt was willing to, in a sense, push Churchill aside as a means of showing Stalin that the Americans did not march lockstep with the British. He thought that was very important, that Stalin understand that.
Roosevelt, I think, had an elevated sense that he could manipulate Stalin. But actually, Stalin was the shrewdest of the three of them when it came to hard-nosed diplomacy.
At the Tehran conference, Roosevelt began proceedings by outlining Overlord, the plans for the Normandy landing, to a delighted Stalin.
It was really, in the end, yet another example of how Europe first was the American motto.
The British never reconciled to what their Prime Minister called
the bloody Second Front.
I think Churchill wanted to postpone the evil day of putting his own troops up against the very, very hardened divisions of Nazi Germany.
In 1944, the bloody Second Front would open. But the year would open with a decisive campaign on the other side of the world. Which the world knows little about. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. In 1918, an armistice, rather than surrender, led to a peace treaty that satisfied no one, and a belief amongst those who had lost the war that they had not been defeated, but betrayed. In 1943, President Roosevelt made it clear that there would be no ambiguity this time. Unconditional surrender was the only thing that would stop the fighting. The day before the Casablanca conference, at which Roosevelt announced his insistence on unconditional surrender, a decree was published in Berlin.
Führer decree on the full employment of men and women in the defense of the Reich.
It has become known as the Total War Decree. The following month, Joseph Goebbels was driven to the Berlin Sportpalast to deliver the Total War speech. He warned his hand-picked audience that
behind the onrushing Soviet divisions, we can see the Jewish liquidation squads.
Goebbels made this famous speech about total war, and he actually for the first time admitted that the fatherland was vulnerable, that victory wasn't an absolute certainty.
He asked his audience 10 questions. He told them they were answering,
especially for our enemies who are listening to us on the radio. Do you want a war more total and radical than anything we can even imagine today?
Goebbels was talking about much more than material production, than industry. He was talking about the mindset of the German people as a whole. He was talking about, we're all in this together, and our fate lies together.
The speech rose to its climax.
Now, people, rise up and let the storm break loose.
The affirmative din from the hand-picked audience continued for 20 minutes after Goebbels had left the building. The Soviet campaign in early 1943 had been thwarted by Manstein's counter-offensive, leaving a salient.
Manstein recaptures the city of Kharkov, and that has created the southern end of a bulge that was already evident in the northern part of the line, and it has now created a southern shoulder to what is now called the Kursk salient.
The Germans decide that their next move should be to pinch out the salient. They call the operation Citadel. But the Kursk salient was as obvious a target to Stalin as it was to Hitler.
Some 300,000 Soviet civilians are being mobilized to build these defenses. They will dig some 9,000 kilometers of trenches. They will have anti-tank ditches and anti-tank traps. They will have underground bunkers. They will have thousands of mines per square kilometer.
The Soviets laid 503,993 anti-tank and 439,348 anti-personnel mines before the Luftwaffe started their attack on Kursk. In the opening 45 minutes of their assault, the Germans fired more shells than they had discharged during the Polish and French campaigns combined.
Как забила артиллерия, как засвистели, это, оказывается, ракета летит.
И бомбят, и артиллерия, и тут и с танками. Команду не слышат. Я командую куда вправо, там влево, туда. Не слышат, мы ногами там толкали их туда, вправо, и значит, влево.
On the day of the offensive, July 4th, Hitler sent a message to his troops.
This day, you are to take part in an offensive of such importance that the whole future of the war may depend on its outcome.
Это было очень тяжелое время. Немецкие самолеты Мессершмитта летали буквально 15-20 метрах над землей. Значит, чувствуешь, что немцы летят, расстреливают. Ляжешь, слышишь, как пули вспарывают землю, то впереди, то сзади. Кто-то кричит, кто-то уже не кричит и не может кричать, то есть убитый.
Страшно. Бомба свистит, она свистит не видно где. А как рвутся снаряды от минометов, они сильно минометный огонь. Я уже не говорю, там автоматы, там пулеметы строчили. Пошел в атаку, его нет. Я падаю, ползу назад, он лежит, смеется лежит. Глаза, а гляжу, а живота-то нет. Все вырвано, все наружу в него.
In the weeks of continuous fighting, during which the Red Army fired 42 million rounds of artillery ammunition, the Germans were forced back 240 kilometers.
То, когда как успел врываться в окопы, и в рукопашную, кто когда как мог кого выбивать. Минимум много и травм, и всего, но слава Богу, что мы действительно все-таки смогли по-настоящему выполнить свои задачи вот наступления на Курской дуге.
Kursk, in my view, is absolutely not a turning point in the war. It's a turning point in the 1943 summer offensive. And Kursk is the end of the German initiative on the Eastern Front, but in some ways it's the end of the German initiative on the Eastern Front because the Soviets themselves sensibly decide not to attack.
By the numbers, Germany had the best of Kursk. Total casualties, 49,822 against the Soviet Union's 177,847. And Soviet armor lost to Germans in the ratio of 5-1. But numbers don't tell the story. Igor Grebshov was with the Soviet forces.
It was probably the shortest battle as it started on the 5th of July 1943. On the 5th of August, there were fireworks.
A couple of days earlier, on the other side of the planet and of the war, Japan declared Burma independent from British rule. The story in Burma, as in Malaya, was shock, speed, and panic. The Japanese moved from Thailand through jungle they were not supposed to be able to negotiate.
人間やっぱり恐怖心もあるし、それ蛇がやね、短くこの蛇やから猛毒持っとってさ、怖かったですな。名乗り刺されて、ザリガニみたいなやつはこれも死にますわな。猛毒やさかい。また家の中によるサソリはね、前切ってわいと思って、ああ、サソリや言うたら、捕まえたら、尻尾でガーッてやって尻尾で刺されて、半日やしびれ、俺見ていらんことするから見てサソリ刺しよったって半日しびれてもってからね。
They bombed Rangoon, where the element of surprise cost the lives of a couple of thousand sightseers. A Chinese soldier watched the remnants of the British Empire fleeing from the Japanese.
Corpses on the side of the road covered in gold jewelry, but no one takes it. Someone asked a soldier to trade him a bowl of rice for gold jewelry. The soldier said, "Gold is useless."
Of the women, Yu Xiao said,
"Their whiteness was covered by the muck."
The British retreat was agonising. It was carried out over hundreds of miles of largely difficult terrain in often terrible weather, on roads clogged with hordes of refugees, and most of the equipment had to be left behind.
General, later Field Marshal Slim, said of the men,
"They looked like scarecrows, but they looked like soldiers too."
Soon there were no British troops left in Burma. Amongst the commanders, according to a British liaison officer,
the general atmosphere of gloom was almost impossible to describe.
And it was actually the longest retreat in the history of the British Army. And it was said to be the Road of Bones.
In July, Japanese headquarters ordered planning of a three-pronged thrust into India. But Wavell, Commander-in-Chief India, moved first, launching the Arakan Offensive in September.
The Arakan campaign went wrong for a number of reasons. Fairly obviously, jungle warfare training hadn't reached the point where the Allies could successfully take it on. On the other hand, the Japanese were still reasonably fresh, and they could meet the attackers not only with defence, but with counterattacks.
By mid-May of 1943, at a cost of about 5,000 British casualties, not including those struck down by sickness, the British were back where they started, and the Japanese, having taken less than 2,000 casualties, were still in control.
It showed the need for better training, and above all, the need to create esprit, morale, a sense of optimism and confidence.
These are the first newsreel pictures of this great little soldier, the man who trained British troops to live in the jungle and beat the Japanese at their own kind of fighting. No detail was too trivial for the inspection of General Wingate. He knew that in war, trivial details cost lives. The kit of a man who will live and fight for months cut off in the jungle is an all-important factor.
Major Ord Wingate, one of the eccentric soldier mystic types that pop up in British military history, proposed special units operating behind Japanese lines and supplied by air, the Chindits.
Here they are, for the first time in newsreels, the Chindits. Take a close look at them. Not that it'll help you to recognize any of them, their own mother couldn't. Approaching a village, they prepare for action. They look casual. It's the Japs that look worried.
Wingate argued for groups conducting long-range penetrations behind the Japanese lines to wreak havoc in the Japanese rear areas.
incredibly mobile, moving up their equipment by mules at a pace that dazed the Japs.
The Japanese would then have to divert troops from the front line to deal with them. He called that having your hand in the enemy's bowels.
It was a very radical idea that you could infiltrate forces behind Japanese lines in Burma, and they would go in like the fingers of a hand in columns, and then at certain points they would come together like a fist, attack a target, and then disperse again. Very few prisoners were taken for the simple reason that mobile Chindik columns behind enemy lines had no way of taking prisoners and keeping them alive, and the Japanese certainly didn't want to be taken prisoner.
The first expedition crossed into Burma in mid-February and returned in late April. It had lost almost 800 of its 3,000-strong force. 600 of those who returned were unable to take any further part in the war. 2 weeks later, Ord Wingate was killed in an air crash.
Wingate was very much a maverick. He had more enemies than friends in the British Army. He, of course, died, and with it, the spirit of the Chindits was very badly shaken.
In January 1944, Chiang Kai-shek, who had sent several of his best divisions to support the campaign to eject the Japanese from Burma, warned his allies that a major Japanese offensive was imminent.
It may be expected that before long, Japan will launch an all-out offensive against China.
The Chinese divisions remained in Burma, but their success came at a terrible cost to China. Operation Ishigo, literally Operation Number 1, was the largest action launched by Japanese anywhere during the war. The plan was to neutralize American air bases in China, from which bombers attacked Japanese cities, and open a supply corridor between northern China and Vietnam. 500,000 Japanese were engaged. A greater number fought on the Chinese side.
These pictures of the evacuation of Kuilin might equally well be any one of 1,000 other places in war-ravaged China. Almost the only transport was the single-track railway, and Kuilin station was soon packed with about 20,000 would-be passengers.
The entire Chinese defense collapsed in just 2 months. 34 Chinese divisions simply evaporated into thin air. Almost 100,000 Chinese were killed, over 60,000 Japanese. A senior Chinese officer observed,
Every time the enemy sets his foot down somewhere, that place is scarred. In every corner, every house is wrecked.
そうしたらね、帰ってきたらね、ここ帰ったらね、ここにね、この兄貴の写真がね、飾ってあったんですよ。これは福祉で死にましたよ。やられましたよ。
A land corridor to Southeast Asia was never a possibility. And by the time of Ishigo, American aircraft were no longer dependent on Chinese bases. The only beneficiary of the campaign was the Chinese Communist Party, safely headquartered in remote Yan'an, preserving its strength for the fight that would follow the war. At the beginning of April 1944, the Japanese 31st Division in Burma had closed on the British base across the Indian border at Kohima. It was held by a garrison of just 2,000, which had received a last man, last bullet order. Captain Jock Young from Glasgow said,
"Since my orders are to fight to the last man, I will be the last man."
After 5 days of the siege, the garrison was reinforced by a battalion. A British captain said,
"The whole place is one big flap."
The defense held, famously at close quarters. The Japanese turned towards Impal, but the Allied response was now organized and effective.
I was a forward scout. Then we had the corporal leading the rest of the section. But you couldn't see anything. All you could see was a mass of greenery. That was real jungle up there. All of a sudden, the shot rang out. And I couldn't go forward then because I didn't know how many Japs or whatever was there. There's just the one shot. And they shot our corporal, and I carried him back. I was expecting to get shot, carrying him back.
Never well supplied, the Japanese now battled an organized enemy, an almost total lack of reinforcements, and the monsoon.
When we got near Rangoon, the rains came. You can't believe it, but within one night, the fields were full of water and the treetop was visible. Otherwise, the trunk was not there. So you couldn't move.
This forest-covered battlefront presents every kind of problem. It's not surprising that progress is often slow when you consider the immense difficulties of supply.
We existed on parachute supplies, you know. They drop you your rations by parachute, which the Japs never had nothing like that. So they really chased them.
Then the order was, push them back. They're not going to get any more supplies. They're not going to get any medicine. So they tried to push east. The Japanese could not get the villages to give that much food. So they sometimes forced the villages. So the word went round, get out of the village if they come. The Burmese will go after them now. That you chaps, you bullied us now. They start killing some of them. So they were in a terrible state.
The Japs apparently used to go for this gold teeth. They used to have gold teeth, a lot of them. You come across dead Japs, you had to search them, see what identification on them, tell who they were. And the chap that we had in the West Kents, he used to look at them and collect their teeth. He got a little bag, gold teeth. Now this is true, I'm not making this up.
The Japanese, they were never taken prisoner, they generally killed themselves.
And as the Japs are so far not in the habit of surrendering, you can read it in the expressions of the prisoners, too.
頭の中に未だにまだ覚えてますよ。それだけ叩き込まれたんですよ。とにかく死ねと。生きて領収の恥を送る中で、だから生きて絶対捕虜になったらいかんと。もうそれは頭の中にまだ未だに90になってまだ覚えてますやんか。そこまで仕込まれたんですよ。もう生きて領収の恥に生きて帰るとかないと違うんですよ。捕虜になったら。もう終戦からね、 捕虜の逃れてね、ほんでそれで捕まってね、ほんで一輪だけ行ってね、ほんでお前ここ入れって言われて、土牢ですわな。3メートルぐらい掘ってね、各人が掘ってね、一つの門こしらえてね、もうそこ掘り込まれたら上がれしまえ、なんぼ肩売りたで3メートルがあったら上がれしまえ。それはやっぱりね、アメリカ大きさがないけど、やはり戦でやったらいかんけども、まあ背に腹変えられんのでやったんやけども、そやけど貧乏はあれですな。
The Japanese made a colossal effort to supply their army in Burma. They had surrendered control of the seas to the United States Navy, so they built a railway.
Their eyes turned to a land link. There was a bit of railway at each end already, so it didn't seem too much of a problem.
The Japanese succeeded in doing something that the British railway builders could not do, and that is to build a railway line that goes from western Thailand to eastern Burma.
250 miles of meter gauge track constructed in an incredibly short time, really.
From Moulmein in Burma to Bangkok in Siam, they built the Railway of Death. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese, Malays, Burmese and Indians, and 25,000 Allied prisoners of war.
And of those, about 12,000 prisoners died.
Hundreds of thousands of civilian slaves. They won't tell you the truth, of mostly Tamil Indians and the poor Malayans and all that.
If we had a bad time, they had a shocking time. They had no organisation, they had no one to lead them, no one to help them, and they died in their tens of thousands.
They were at the mercy of tropical diseases and at the mercy of the Japs. And the Japs had no mercy.
I think the death toll of Asian labourers was about 80,000.
All were driven like slaves to work. They were beaten if they even paused. Some were beaten to death.
They were driven to toil in the tropical sun. Men died like flies. They say a man died for every sleeper laid along this track.
No chap that was there died on his own. He always had somebody beside him. You'd talk to him, you'd do everything you could for him, even though you knew you couldn't do any more for him, but you'd talk to try and comfort him and everything like that. You'll be right, mate, don't worry about it. You'll be right, you know. Most probably they knew themselves they weren't going to be right.
Men were not the only victims of what became known as the Death Railway. One Australian prisoner recalled the night a train arrived. Young women got out. The Japanese guards lined up with tickets. The women who arrived were comfort women. They were also prisoners of war, of what some have labeled rape warfare. They were part of the most elaborate system of sex trafficking in history. On an official basis of 20 women for every 700,000 Japanese soldiers, women from Korea, Taiwan, Indonesia, and the Philippines were enslaved in a state-controlled criminal activity. Those who survived bore witness.
I was nearly killed several times. There were men who were drunk and who were brandishing swords at me while making demands for perverted sex.
There was a German equivalent, the Einsatzfrauen, using women who had chosen life in a brothel over death as a slave laborer, or women already imprisoned. A woman in a camp brothel at Buchenwald said,
"Not even the weather was on the agenda. Everything was so mechanical. They finished their business and left."
The Holocaust, too, encompassed sexual violence. Eyewitnesses to mass shootings reported the killers first raping their victims. And when the Soviet army reached German territory, rape warfare was again common.
Hundreds of thousands of women were raped because the Soviet army, Stalin, he said, you think that the Soviet army is an army of heroes, but you should always remember that this is the ordinary occupation army.
I went on the hill to have a bit observation if I can see any Russian trucks and nothing. And on the bottom, there was a lady, she was hiking high for goats she had. And then I went there and, yeah, you come here. You been already home? I said, no. Your sister has been raped by a whole truck of Russian soldiers. And the last Russian soldier mutilated her and dropped her in the next grenade hole.
Total war is not one hell on earth, but many. Sexual violence was one. Another, away from the bullets and bombs, was the deadliest weapon of the war, taking the lives of 20 million. The hell of hunger. In India, in China, and Vietnam, Japan's expansion, directly or indirectly, contributed to the deaths of not less than 5 million people.
India, more famine in a land swept by starvation. The death rate, already 1,000 a week, rises.
The reason for the Bengal famine, man-made or natural causes, continues to be debated. The effects do not. British efforts to deter a Japanese invasion by the destruction of food stores and of many thousands of river craft, along with hoarding and speculation by grain traders, are among the causes listed for the famine. But some point to the effects of a cyclone, of falling harvests, of a major crop failure in 1942. What is certain is that when Burma fell to the Japanese in the spring of 1942, India lost 15% of its rice supply, and at the beginning of 1943 faced a food crisis, which is when Winston Churchill ordered a 60% cut in both military and civilian shipping to the Indian Ocean. He said,
"There is no reason why all parts of the British Empire should not feel the pinch in the same way as the mother country has done."
Beevor Chakrabarti, a schoolmaster, wrote,
"The whole population seems to be moving silently towards death."
He was not, of course, talking about the mother country, but Churchill's attitude to India, and particularly to Indian independence, is well known.
As he famously said, India is no more a nation than the equator, that it had no meaning as a nation. So he completely dismissed Indian nationalism.
In a famine, no one wants extra mouths to feed. The desperate but common ploy of selling children was no longer possible, and peasants resorted to renting their daughters out for the night. Aranga Mohan Das reached a bazaar on the banks of a river.
Then I saw nearly 500 destitutes of both sexes almost naked and reduced to bare skeletons. I had the misfortune of seeing 8 people breathe their last before my eyes. It shocked me to the bottom of my heart.
DC Majumdar wrote on behalf of his village to the Bengal Relief Committee.
There are hundreds of little children, both orphans and those deserted by parents. They require milk, barley, water, etc. if the innocent creatures are to be saved.
Archibald Wavell at last shone. Appointed viceroy, he acted swiftly to impose price controls and other measures, but he received little support from London, whose attitude he described as
short-sighted and callous.
When he learned how supplies were being airlifted to relieve a food shortage in the Netherlands, Wavell said that it was
A very different attitude towards feeding the starving population when the starvation is in Europe.
Action to alleviate the famine was finally taken out of concern for the effect the famine was having on the troops being massed for the reconquest of Burma, 60% of whom were Indian. There is little controversy about another famine, the one that devastated Tonkin, the north of Vietnam. It was man-made.
In Tonkin, there's a terrible famine. About 2 million people die of famine as a result of the Japanese stripping away their food and taking it off and then basically wasting it.
5% of the population died. In Henan province in China, at least 2 million more starved to death. The Henan peasants endured a series of biblical afflictions: drought, frost, hail, and a plague of locusts. The harvest fell to 3/4 of its normal level and had to sustain not just the population, but 300,000 nationalist troops garrisoned on them. In February 1943, the American journalist Theodore White visited Henan. He learned from a doctor that a woman had been caught boiling her baby. When the Nationalist Army poured back through the affected areas in the face of Operation Ishigo, the peasants took revenge, disarming as many as 50,000 of their own soldiers and murdering perhaps a fifth of them. Europe, too, lost millions to starvation. By January 1942, the death rate in Greece was 2,000 a day, and infant mortality had risen to over 50%. Churchill was steadfast in refusing to allow food aid past the Royal Navy's blockade. The British Minister of State in Cairo, Oliver Littleton, telegrammed to his government,
History will, I believe, pronounce stern judgment on our policy.
The final death toll in Greece was 300,000. But the Soviet Union dwarfs all of these tragedies. As many as 9 million died of starvation during the war. Between 6 and 7 million in areas under German control, including prisoners of war.
3-4 weeks is enough to almost finish a person mentally, and then it takes probably 1 more week to kill him or her physically. And that's what we saw on Eastern Front. They didn't care about nutrition, didn't care about shelter.
There was just not enough food for people, especially for small children.
Those who die of hunger are one statistic. Those who survive with development compromised by malnutrition or who die from diseases associated with famine are another. Their number is unknown.
The invasion of Sicily. Just part of the biggest invasion armada in history. A heavy night bombardment from the sea preceded the landing.
They would, at night, drop flares on the ships to light it up like you were on a stage. So the dive bombers would come in. They made a screech that would scare you, and they would attack the convoy. But there were a couple of ships that were sunk, some with troops.
The Allies had landed and were winning the battle in Sicily. Even while the troops were coming ashore, a rebellion was catching fire in Rome. Il Duce had had his moment of glory. His goose-stepping, black-shirted legions had held the center of the stage for over 20 years, but their day of reckoning was now at hand.
On July 24th, 25th, the fascist Grand Council had voted for the removal of Mussolini.
They voted 19-7, and such was his level of psychological protection that he didn't quite register what had happened. He went home, went to sleep, and he came back to the office the next morning as though nothing had happened. And waiting there, instead of his car, was an ambulance, with windows covered up to take him into imprisonment.
The first dictator is knocked out, and Italy, even under martial law, cheers Il Duce's fall.
General Jodl told Hitler,
"The whole fascist movement went pop like a soap bubble.
Fascist emblems came down. The people who had suffered 3.5 years of unwanted war made a carnival of their celebration. Soon they would be at peace with the world, or so they thought. Soon Italy would become the sunny, happy place it had been, or so they thought."
Italy signed an armistice on September 3rd. The news was made public on the 8th, the day troops began landing at Salerno.
This captured enemy newsreel film shows the escape of the Duce, the ex-Duce to be more correct, and very ex he looks. German paratroops rescued him from captivity in Italy, and a German plane flew him to Hitler's headquarters.
After meeting Hitler, Il Duce returned to Italy as head of a puppet regime based at the small town of Salo on Lake Garda. Hitler ordered a staged withdrawal up the Italian peninsula, based on a succession of well-prepared defensive positions. The first was the Gustav Line, halfway between Naples and Rome.
The Germans came in force, and we opened fire on them, and the battle started. They quickly assessed that we didn't have very much in the way of weapons to fight them back. And the mortars started coming down. And they were on the higher ground than where we were. They gave us a very, very rough time. At one stage, they were that close to us. A German officer walked through with his map board, and he was shouting about A Company or something, and he passed not very far from me until he was shot. But he didn't know where he was. He thought he was amongst his own people. So that's how close they got.
The Allies launched 5 offensives against the Gustav Line, anchored at Monte Cassino between October 12, 1943 and January 17, 1944, and 4 more from February 2nd to May 17th, against the monastery itself. General Alphonse Juin's Free French, led by Moroccan irregulars skilled in mountain warfare, opened the way for the Polish Second Corps to carry Monte Cassino in a final assault on May 17th.
With my friend, I explored the area at night, and we found German helmets, and with German helmets, we pretended to be Germans. They asked questions, and we would say, jawohl, jawohl. And there were 12 cement bunkers with 1 window each, from which they were shooting. We managed to disable them by throwing grenades into the bunkers. And that's why we managed to destroy them.
American armor and British infantry finally moved forward on May 23rd, the same day that the bottled-up forces broke out of the Anzio beachhead. The Anzio landing, an attempt to outflank the Gustav Line, had gone in on January 22nd.
Operation Shingle on the surface was a really good idea. The idea was to land on the coast and outflank the Gustav Line, which the Germans were holding in the south of Italy.
Major General P. Lucas had a beachhead 24 kilometers wide and 12 deep, with armor ashore by the 24th. By then, the Germans had brought up 6 divisions to oppose him. He was focused on building up his beachhead, rather than advancing from it.
He sat on the beach and entrenched, which essentially was the correct thing to do, but of course it wasn't what was wanted, which was a quick, rapid advance inland.
In late February, General Lucas was replaced. On May 11th, the Allies launched Diadem, a major offensive towards Rome.
I set my machine gun up, and there was a tree in there. It wasn't a big giant tree, but it was a tree. And all of a sudden, a bullet comes through the tree, and when it comes exit, it was wood, it splatters me all across the face, and it knocked me back. You know, and I'm like, oh, they treated me, wanted to give me, put me in for a Purple Heart, and I said, oh, no, 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 I don't want that. I don't want my people to get no telegram, you know?
On May 15th, Kesselring, commanding German troops, ordered a withdrawal to the next prepared position, now called the Dora Line.
The Germans, of course, under Albert Kesselring, who's one of the greatest German commanders of the war, used the Italian terrain and its climate to brilliant effect.
And all of a sudden, these Germans were flying over us, dropping pamphlets. 10th Mountain Division, welcome. You will be all killed. You will never come back alive to your country. Puts scare into you.
Allied troops entered Rome on June 5th. It was not the triumphal progress they had dreamed. Most Romans, for their own reasons, remained indoors, and most newspapers soon turned to events further north. Even before the fall of Rome, Kesselring had decided to withdraw to his next position, the Gothic Line. The Allied assault began in late August and continued until the terrain and weather together brought a halt to the campaign at Christmas. It was renewed in April 1945 when the fighting was to last for less than a month.
Well, like they say, you had to kill or be killed, you know what I mean? I remember this German bunker that must have been hit with an artillery shell, and this German was yelling for help. One of the guys going with a grenade, he pulls a pin and throws it right in there. Boom. And everything was quiet. I tried to stop him, you know, but maybe he was, in a way, he was right.
SS General Karl Wolff, in defiance of Berlin's orders, approached the Allies, and an instrument of surrender was signed on April 29th. The day before Hitler's suicide, and the day after partisans shot Mussolini and his mistress, Claretta Petacci. As the war blazed through its last act, in Western Europe, on the Eastern Front, and with the Allies moving closer and closer to Japan's home islands, the price to be paid soared beyond imagination. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler invaded Poland, Japan signed the Instrument of Surrender. September 2nd, 1945. No one will ever know how many died. No one will ever know the name of the first or the last victim. But they are the story of the Second World War. Not the tanks that could not move, or the planes that could not fly, or the ships that could not sail without them. War is about people, in uniform or not. People in cities, villages, jungles. Strangers as allies. Neighbors as enemies. Hundreds of millions of people for whom for 6 years and 1 day there was hell on earth. The war entered its 5th year. Millions were under arms. Millions were working in factories. The strength, the resources, the reserves of one side of the conflict were so clearly greater than those of the other, and yet there would be no surrender before defeat. The bloodiest months of the war were still ahead. In January 1944, and despite losses of 4.5 million, German armed forces reached their greatest strength, with 9.5 million under arms. The year opened with a Soviet surge, pushing German forces back to within 30 kilometers of the Polish border and liberating 300 towns and villages. Georgy Vinogradov was with the Soviet army.
Germans started to retreat. They left their motorcycle and sidecar. One soldier came to me and said that he would sit in the sidecar and shoot. We shot many Germans.
On January 15th, Soviet forces broke through the ring around Leningrad, linking with units coming from the east at the village of Robska. One Red Army soldier reported,
"We didn't take many prisoners."
By lifting the siege at Leningrad, they showed that the war was over for the Germans. Once the Germans had retreated from Leningrad, they didn't move any further west. They were being pushed slowly back, right back to Berlin.
On the 27th, the Moscow-Leningrad railway line was cleared. The 872-day siege was at an end. The spring offensive, to open at the beginning of March, saw the Soviets outnumber the Germans by 2 to 1 in infantry and by a slightly greater number in armor. By April 15th, crashed over all 3 of the river lines, the Bug, the Dniester, and the Prut, on which the Germans might have hoped to make a stand. The most productive land in the USSR was back in Soviet hands, and Stalin was planning the campaign to finally eject the invader from Russian soil. Boris Feofanov was in the front line.
Белорусской операции, да, мы чувствовали, что что-то готовится, поскольку стала поступать артиллерия. Не дали 16 человек, взвод стал 28 человек. Причем пополнение это было из Средней Азии.
Between July 1943 and May 1944, Germany lost 41 divisions in the Soviet Union. 342,000 men between March and May 1944 alone. On May 12th, Marshal Zhukov said,
"It is necessary to prepare an operation that will be like an earthquake."
The Germans have no idea that this avalanche of resources is going to hit them.
Two senior staff officers, Sergei Shtemenko and Semyon Timoshenko, considered the pros and cons of offensive action in the northern, central, or southern parts of the line. Their conclusion persuasively argued for concentration of forces in the center. Stalin began his great offensive, Operation Bagration, on June 20th, with partisan attacks that put more than 1,000 transport nodes out of action. The main attacks moved on June 23rd, when 166 divisions, supported by 2,700 tanks, advanced on a 1,300-kilometer front against German Army Group Center, which could deploy only 37 poorly supported divisions to oppose it.
The Germans have 600 aircraft to cover Army Group Center. The Soviets have more than 5,000. And the really telling point of the Soviet strength is artillery. And they have something like 25,000 guns concentrated against 2,500 German guns.
Germany's drive to the east was broken.
By the end of the first day, the Germans had been pushed back 16 kilometers. Within a week, the German line was smashed. The Germans were falling back on Bobruisk, Stolzby, Minsk, and Grodno, with losses of 38,000 killed, 116,000 taken prisoner, 2,000 tanks destroyed, and 10,000 guns lost.
Мы приходили в села, где ни одного человека не было. Немцы убегали, боясь, а их пугала пропаганда немецкая, что Красная Армия придет и будет мстить за те злодеяния, которые они совершали на территории Советского Союза. Вот в этом городе мы остановились со штабом вместе с 4-м корпусом. И часть его в земле. И вдруг мы слышим детский плач. Ну, скорее открыли крышку, и что мы видим? Мать задушила одну свою девочку, а другую пыталась задушить, но мы, конечно, их освободили, не дали. Всех оставшихся в живых, еще 2 девочки и эту мать, завели в свой штаб, дали успокоиться, накормили. И потом эта женщина горько сожалела.
The first great city to fall in 1941, Minsk, was back in Soviet hands on July 3rd, trapping the German Fourth Army between the city and the river. By the end of July, Bagration was less than 100 kilometers from Hitler's headquarters, the Wolfschanze at Ratzenberg. Before July 1944, Germany had suffered 2.8 million war dead. In the next 9.5 months, until Berlin fell, a further 4.8 million would die. In the operations in the Ukraine, fought concurrently with Bagration, Kelm and Lublin fell. West of Lublin, the Red Army came upon the first of the death camps, Majdanek. Azoris Artemov.
When we were moving from Vistula, we saw those who were released. Those people who were walking toward us. They used to be kept in concentration camp. It was in Majdanek. We saw rooms of cloth, glasses, samples of human skin. Gas stoves where bodies were burnt.
On July 25th, with the Soviet troops west of the Bug, Lieutenant General Tadeusz Bohr-Komanovsky, commanding the Polish Home Army, telegraphed London.
We are ready to fight for the liberation of Warsaw at any moment.
About 2/3 of the city on the west bank of the Vistula was in Polish hands on the second day, August 2nd, 1944, and Polish flags were flying from the top of many buildings. German reinforcements arrived. Soviet troops did not.
They did not assume, as well as Germans did not, that Soviets would stop their offensive for more than 5 months. The decision to stop the offensive for 5 months must have been taken by Stalin himself.
The Warsaw insurgents telegraphed,
We are without any material or moral support. The soldiers and population of the capital look hopelessly at the skies.
Following the failure of the uprising, demolition squads were guided by German experts to Warsaw's most significant cultural and historical sites and destroyed them. In one of his last speeches to the Reichstag, Hitler boasted of this pointlessly vindictive act.
Warsaw is now no more than a geographical term on the map of Europe.
On October 16th, Soviet troops broke into East Prussia, within 80 kilometers of Rastenburg. Boris Feofanov.
Year of 1944 was distinctive in defeating the Germans. Little by little, it started to become obvious that they were no longer interested in war. They started to retreat.
By the end of 1944, the only members of the seemingly invincible Wehrmacht left on Soviet soil were prisoners of war, and Soviet forces were fighting west towards Berlin.
Beaten Nazis, and Moscow likes the demonstration.
Anglo-American forces were moving towards them, having landed 17 days before Bagration on the beaches of Normandy.
Although all logic said that the Allies, with an overwhelming superiority of armor, ships, aircraft, were overwhelmingly likely to get ashore and be able to stay there. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous, and every man involved with planning and preparing that invasion knew just how high the stakes were.
General Alan Brooke wrote on June 5th that Overlord
may well be the most ghastly disaster of the whole war.
On June 5th, General Eisenhower, Supreme Commander, prepared a statement. It said,
Our landings have failed to gain a satisfactory foothold. The troops, the air, and the navy did all that bravery and devotion to duty could do. If any blame or fault attaches to the attempt, it is mine alone.
His statement was not required. On June 5th, Eisenhower gave the go-ahead and said,
I hope to God I know what I'm doing.
Operation Overlord planned to combine the efforts of thousands of aircraft and ships and nearly 3 million men in landing 133,000 soldiers, their tanks and vehicles, on an 80-kilometer stretch of beach in a single day, D-Day. 12,000 British and American aircraft were to support the landing. Opposing them, the Luftwaffe's 3rd Air Fleet boasted 169 serviceable aircraft. Operation Neptune, the naval part of Overlord, provided for the disposition of 6,843 vessels. Admiral Sir Bertram Ramsay's task was to gather them at assembly points from around the British coastline, shepherd them through narrow lanes cleared of mines, and bring them through unpredictable seas to a fortified enemy coastline.
As we got out to sea, there were 5,000 ships to make the invasion into Normandy, and it was a sight to see.
It was rough. The sea was rough. And men were sick, mostly because they were hungry. We were briefed on board the ship as well. And that was our objective. Everybody meet there. Get off the beach as fast as you can. And eventually you'll see the church and make your own way there through the streets.
Troops came ashore between 6 and 7:30 a.m. on a 96-kilometer front. More than 156,000 came ashore on the first day. Leon Gautier was with the Free French.
We land on the 6th at 7:23 in the morning. The first job was to take the blockhouse opposite the beach. We had orders to run very quickly toward the blockhouse. There was no stopping on the way because in a battle, you must be a moving target all the time. So run to the blockhouse, take the blockhouse.
Rommel had 34 divisions facing the invasion, but many were facing the wrong way. Most were under strength, and some were feeble units comprised exclusively of men with stomach complaints. And by D-Day, 1/6 of the German 7th Army used troops recruited during the invasion of the Soviet Union. The US 1st Division, on Omaha, faced the best of the German formations, the 352nd Division.
All the troops were disembarked and went ashore, and we just stood by to handle casualties.
Allied casualties on Utah Beach were the lowest of the day. 197 out of 23,000 men landed.
And there was flashes and that all over the place. And I saw somebody shout from the landing craft, "Get off the beach, get off the beach." She didn't have to tell me to do that. I was on my way anyway. There was one of them, and he's looking at his shoulder in a stupid sort of way, you know. There was bits of his arm flying off. He was taking a full burst in his shoulder, and he was just looking at it.
As night fell on June 6th, 83,115 British and 73,000 American troops were ashore. By the 9th, the first Allied airfields were open for business. By the 10th, the British were joined to Omaha. Omaha Beach was joined to Utah by the 13th. Within 4 weeks, the initial 133,000 had swollen to a force of 850,000 men, 150,000 vehicles, and 500,000 tons of supplies. Stalin telegraphed Churchill,
"Overlord is a source of joy to us all."
By July 25th, the Allies had landed 1,450,000 men and more than 4,000 tanks.
D-Day meant that the Allies in the West were now on the mainland of Europe in sufficient numbers that the German war machine could not possibly cope with what was happening.
At the end of July, von Kluge, commanding the German army in the West, told Hitler,
"The moment has drawn near when this front will break."
Since D-Day, German forces had lost 2,117 tanks and 113,000 men. They had received as replacement 10,078 men and 17 tanks.
Le 18 juillet, nous sommes reculés et nous sommes rentrés dans, ça s'appelle la poche de falaise.
300,000 German soldiers were trapped in the Falaise pocket. Their armor was decimated. The 116th Division, for example, was reduced from more than 100 to just a dozen tanks.
Et puis dans la poche de falaise, il y avait quand même 10 000 morts. Quelquefois, c'est vrai, on a marché sur des cadavres. Hein. Et puis on essayait aussi, dans des cadavres, de trouver quelques des cigarettes ou quelque chose pour amorcer. Hein. Parce que déjà des semaines avant. Hein.
The resolute defense of the 12th SS Panzer Hitler Youth Division in holding open the neck of the pocket until August 21st permitted the escape of substantial forces, but left behind 50,000 dead. On August 19th, British and American armies linked up. And on August 25th, Group Charles de Gaulle walked triumphantly down the Champs-Élysées. Flags flew, everybody cheered.
Paris hails the liberating Allies, stars and stripes, and the flag of Canada. And everywhere is seen Mademoiselle of Gay Paris.
Some unfortunate women accused of collaborating had their heads shaved. But everyone else felt liberated.
It gives them the image of the people who liberated France. Everybody knows Paris has not been liberated by herself. Everybody knows that it's been liberated because there are huge American forces just outside Paris.
Liberation. De Gaulle, symbol of free France. And resurgent Paris cheers to the strains of the Marseillaise.
On September 11th, US patrols crossed the German border near Aachen. 5 days later, Hitler announced,
"I have made a momentous decision. I shall go over to the offensive."
Adolf Hitler himself had this, what I would say, delusional idea that he could send 200,000 German soldiers through this 70-mile front, steamroll an entire million-man American army.
The ill-fated Operation Market Garden commenced the day after Hitler's pronouncement.
Market Garden's basically two operations. Market is the airborne operation where they drop airborne troops beyond the bridges. Garden is the land advance to join up with those airborne forces. And it sounds like a sensible idea.
The seizure by American airborne divisions of bridges at Eindhoven and Nijmegen was a great success.
Except they literally dropped the 1st Allied Airborne Army onto the top of a German SS Panzer Division.
John Humphreys was part of the attack on Arnhem.
20 parachutists, 10 each side. And I'm reading Reader's Digest, wondering what's going to happen when we get to the other end. Red on, stand up, hook up, green on, go, and out we went. The two SS Panzer divisions were laid up some miles outside of Arnhem, and of course, really, we'd taken them by surprise, but they were quick to react.
The assault on the bridge at Arnhem by the British 1st Airborne Division was the bridge too far.
It was attack after attack after attack. Brengan was killed by my side, and when he died, he spilled his blood all over me so hard. And then German officer in cultured English said, if you don't come out, I'll blow you out. So I came out.
The Normandy beaches finally closed down on November 16th. On the morning of December 16th, a 145-kilometer front was held by 4 American divisions. 2 had been sent to the quiet Ardennes to recuperate, and 1 was yet to see action. 1 inexperienced armored division was in support. It was onto this force that 2 panzer armies fell. Initiating Operation Herbstnebel, Autumn Mist, the Battle of the Bulge.
We're around Bastogne. We're in a farmhouse. And I was laying next to a buddy of mine, and all of a sudden we hear this thud. And it went right between us. We both went like that. It was an 88, but it didn't go off. So I looked over at him and I said, holy snow. He said, I just did.
Eisenhower reacted swiftly, drawing armored formations to the flank of the attack, where they blocked and frustrated the German advance.
Patton, of course, famously pivots Third Army. While there's a lot of legend around that, the broad proposition was that all around the Bulge, the Germans were under significant pressure.
We were one of the divisions Patton promised to send up. Here we're thinking when they drop us off, we're going to get dropped off at a house, get warmed up and everything. They took us into the middle of the woods and built and dumped us on the ground. And it was cold. I never saw grown men cry from the cold.
Perhaps no general other than Patton, in the western side anyway, could have been quite as successful at turning his army 90 degrees to come to the rescue of those at Bastogne. He drove his forces hard, they got there quickly, and it was a very impressive example of the skill of generalship.
And then around Christmas Eve, the weather clears. And once, of course, that happens, you've got a vast asset in the Allied air forces.
The attack was blunted, the spearhead stopped, the Nazi columns contained and thrown back by men who had flung themselves into the breach.
On January 13th, the American 82nd and British 1st Airborne Divisions made contact in the center of what had been the salient, the Bulge. By the 16th, the front had been fully restored.
It was the Battle of the Ardennes which actually finally broke the back of the panzer arm of the Wehrmacht and allowed the Soviet Union their incredible advance just short of Berlin in 2 weeks.
The offensive cost the US Fifth Army Group 19,000 dead and 15,000 prisoners. But in the first 2 months of 1945, the United States made good its losses by landing 7 fully equipped, full-strength divisions in Europe, 3 of them armored. Germany, which had lost 100,000 men killed, wounded or captured in the Ardennes, and 800 tanks and 1,000 aircraft, simply could not make good its losses.
And then we were moved up to the Rhine, and we didn't know why, of course, but the idea, well, the basic idea is we were going to be the thrust into mainland Germany. And all we knew was Germany was across the river, and we all piddled in the river for good luck.
In the month of January, Wehrmacht's losses totaled 451,742 killed, roughly the equivalent of American losses for the entire war. On January 31st, the first Belarusian front crossed the Oder. Soviet troops opened the year with an attack across the Vistula. Warsaw fell on January 17th, Krakow on the 18th, the same day as Budapest. After 2 weeks, the Soviet army advanced 400 kilometers and stood 80 kilometers from Berlin. There, it paused. Stalin diverted troops, adding Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and East Germany, with Yugoslavia and Finland as client states, to the USSR's pre-war territory before naming April 16th as the day for the assault on Berlin. On April 1st, Hitler moved to the bunker system behind and below the Chancellery. In the streets of Berlin, 10,000 Germans were hanged by their own for defeatism and cowardice, mostly from street lamps.
Right up into the last days of the war, Germans were told they would be shot if they put up a white flag.
The Soviet attack opened with 8,983 guns, firing 1,236,000 rounds on the first day. When Zhukov's and Konev's forces joined hands west of Potsdam on April 25th, they had encircled Berlin.
The Soviets had more than 2.2 million men and more than 6,000 tanks. The Germans could only muster 850,000 men and 1,500 tanks.
By April 27th, the area of Berlin, still in German hands, was 16 kilometers long and less than 5 kilometers wide.
Дальше картинка сразу. Берлин преобразился. Покрылся белым цветом. Из окон, балконов, где только можно, белые полотнища. Просто наволочки, что угодно бело было, повешивали. Берлинское население, но не подтверждало, а само капитулировало, сообщало о своей безоговорочной капитуляции.
Adolf Hitler dictated his final testament. Then, on April 30th, had lunch, poisoned his dog, and killed himself. An hour earlier, soldiers of Zhukov's Third Army had planted a red banner atop the Reichstag.
Там Берлина, нас повернули строго на юг, на Рейхстаг, поэтому волей-неволей я принял участие.
The point was to get to the roof and put the red banner of victory on the roof.
Berlin was the great prize. There's something deeply psychological in the idea of occupying the enemy's capital.
Царица полей. И вот однажды выходи строиться. Все ясно. А тут подъем, никакой тревоги, никакого в ружье, ничего нет. Все, что ж делать? Зачем подняли-то? Неясно. Потом посмотрели на улицу, в городке в таком жили, а там уже солдат до полна.
But it was not over. Hundreds of thousands were yet to die. On June 15th, 1944, with Allied forces fighting inland from the Normandy beaches, 2 American divisions landed at Saipan in the Marianas. The death toll in the battle for an island of 119 square kilometers was 3,426 American and 24,000 Japanese dead, many of them civilians.
We were off Saipan. We saw civilians diving off the cliffs, committing suicide with their children.
Between June 19th and 21st, the largest carrier battle in history, the Battle of the Philippine Sea, was contested as a preliminary to the liberation of the Philippines. Japan lost 3 carriers. The United States lost no ships and landed 100,000 tons of supplies. MacArthur had returned. Admiral King, Chief of Naval Operations, met with Admirals Nimitz and Spruance in San Francisco. They agreed to make Okinawa the principal target, but in order to establish air superiority, agreed that a nearby island should also be taken. This was Iwo Jima.
Then D-Day itself brought 800 ships and thousands of small landing craft to the shores of the island, which was defended by thousands of Japs, every one of whom was prepared to die for his emperor.
We took the troops to Iwo Jima on a D-Day with all the thousands of ships, Australian, English, American, and we were anchored right off Mount Surabaki.
In early 1944, Major General Tadamichi Kurabayashi and the 21,000 men of the 109th Division had been sent to turn Iwo Jima into an impregnable fortress.
They were dug into more than 20 miles of interconnecting tunnels and gun emplacements. Iwo Jima was the first island, the first battle in which the Japanese inflicted more casualties on the Americans than they suffered themselves.
The invasion fleet approached Iwo Jima on February 19th. A third of those who landed were either wounded or killed. More than a third of the Marine Corps fatalities for the whole war for possession of an island of about 30 square kilometers.
Why on earth, when everybody knew that the war was approaching its end, why they didn't just shut them up in that corner of the island and leave them to sweat, leave them to rot on that island? I guess mainly for the sake of saying we won.
At the end of the battle, all that remained of the Japanese garrison of 21,000 was 54 prisoners, 2 of whom committed suicide. For the assault on Okinawa, 430 assault transports were loaded at 11 ports, from Seattle to Leyte. On April 1st, 1,300 ships were massed offshore. By nightfall, more than 60,000 Americans were ashore.
The Japanese moved inland and dug into caves. Then the Americans, whether they're soldiers or Marines, needed to adapt, make their landing, and then move inland and turn it from an amphibious assault into essentially an inland operation, a ground operation against entrenched enemy forces.
Okinawa was defended by the 100,000-strong 32nd Army of General Ushijima Mitsuru, who committed suicide at the conclusion of the battle. Virtually his entire command and tens of thousands of Okinawan civilians, many by suicide, died. On July 2nd, the Okinawa campaign was declared over. The Japanese lost 110,000 troops, including 1,465 kamikaze pilots, who accounted for 29 ships sunk, 120 damaged, and 3,048 sailors killed.
We got it just minutes after 4 o'clock, and it's all hell to pay. It hit the superstructure. You call it chimney, the stack where we were, and everything went blank. It wasn't a pretty scenery, you know. It was a kamikaze, he took us out. We found his body just part with a parachute. You know, we were young, couldn't understand why he had a parachute on. I would tell you this, and this is hard for me to tell you. He did his job and he did it well.
On the 16th of July, the first atomic bomb was tested at Alamogordo.
It is an atomic bomb. It is a harnessing of the basic power of the universe.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt had died on April 12th.
One of the greatest men in American history is laid to rest.
Churchill had been soundly defeated at a general election on July 5th.
Labour landslide.
New leaders faced Stalin across the conference table in Potsdam.
Would bear the fruit of friendly and lasting agreement amid the sharp thorns of Europe's post-war problems.
And a new president, Harry S. Truman, faced a profound decision.
The Japanese in the tiny council at the top were not still, despite the fact that people were starving to death, and kept on saying, no, we should equip schoolboys with pikes, we should defend at all costs, we will never surrender.
A B-29 bomber took off at 2:45 a.m. on August 6, 1945. Little Boy was dropped at 31,600 feet and detonated at 1,885 feet, generating a blast of 300,000 degrees Celsius for 1/10,000th of a second.
It allowed the peace party to argue to their own people. They were not defeated by these white guys, these soldiers, or the Air Force anywhere in the world. They were defeated by modern science. So modern science allowed the Japanese a face-saving gesture to get out of the war. In the end, they were defeated by technology.
The bomb was designed to knock a city down, rather than blow it up. 63% of Hiroshima's buildings were destroyed. About 140,000 people were killed. Ultimately, the death toll would reach an estimated 200,000. Kenji Kitagawa was in school, 11 years old.
ここはね、パーッと青白くね、真っ白に光ったんですよ。ピカーッとね。からね、ドーンという大音響がして爆風が来てガラガラガラガラガラと校舎がめちゃめちゃに壊れたの。これでその下敷きになったんですよ、だから。 そしたらまだね生き残った友達がいたと見えてね、瓦礫の中でね、お父さんお母さん痛いよ助けてって叫び声や泣き声が聞こえてくるわね。そしたらね、いっぱい人が流れてきだしたん、上流からみんな川へ飛び込んだりするから暑いしね、やけどしてるし。川がね、みんな阿鼻叫喚の地獄の川になったんですよ、いっぱいいっぱい。そこらの川もみんなそうなったんですよ、いっぱいいっぱい人がみんな飛び込んでひどいやけどしたりしてね、飛び込んでるから。助けてくれって言ったってどうしようもないわね。
3 days after Hiroshima, a second bomb fell on Nagasaki. On the same day, the Soviet Union invaded Manchuria.
When the Red Army attacked Manchuria, that was the end of that. Now, in 1 week, and that's the week that the Red Army moved against the Japanese, they killed 82,000 Japanese soldiers, probably wounded 200,000.
Hideki Kuribayashi was with the Japanese army in Manchuria.
8月9日の朝ですよ。地平線のこの果てからね、むくむくとしたのが上がってきてさ、ぐーっと。そしてパッと火を吹くとね、こっちのうちは吹ってんじゃんだ。砲撃されるの、戦車に。戦車がぎゅーっと上がって大砲がパッとこのぐらい上がるとね、パッと火を吹くんですよ。だからその日の朝は8月9日の朝は190人でうちはいたんですよ、仲間が。それがお昼には50名近くなっちゃったの、みんな戦死しちゃって。
A week after the Soviet troops attacked, the Japanese people heard their emperor's voice for the first time in a radio broadcast.
We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration.
It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past.
On September 2nd, General Wainwright, who had surrendered his command in the Philippines, and General Percival, who had surrendered Singapore, gaunt figures released from Japanese captivity, stood behind General MacArthur as he accepted the Japanese surrender aboard the USS Missouri. The ceremony lasted 23 minutes. Around the world, the dying continued. The fighting continued. But that war, at least, was done with.
Entire populations had been wiped out. Communities had been destroyed, their cultural identities and memories had been wiped out. And still to this day, many of these communities have never recovered or never will be able to recover.
Millions died. Many more millions survived, fought or suffered, or just got by, and then stepped away from history and got on with living ordinary lives. They never forgot the war, but they had families and friends and better things to think about. By our own agency, we made hell on earth. But earth is not hell.